If I can have your attention, please. I met somebody in the parking lot coming in, and he said that he was glad that I was dressed informally so that he felt less intimidated, and I told him that if I had anything that fit, I'd have worn something nicer. I want to welcome everybody to the Rural Development Council meeting. This is the second of our series this year. We met back in May in Blue Ridge, and we are going to be focusing today and tomorrow on economic development and economic development incentives. And certainly all of you have indicated your interest in rural Georgia and your interest in the success of this venture by your presence here. And we certainly appreciate you being here. My co-chair Terry England and I and our vice chair Sam Watson have been working diligently on this with staff, and we hope that you enjoy the presentations that you hear today. And quite frankly, everything that we do is geared towards possible legislation that will address the issues of rural Georgia and economic development in rural Georgia. So this is not just a feel-good presentation or something for information purposes only. This is to actually try to move the needle in rural Georgia on the issues of economic development. And even though she's eating lunch, I want to welcome Patty Bentley back. She was not able to attend our meeting in Blue Ridge because she had some family emergency issues, and we are glad you're back with us, and you have been in our thoughts and prayers. We've got some local folks here who want to welcome us and to tell us a little bit about their community. I'm going to call out the list, and if they'll just come up in the order I call them, and we will not introduce them all separately. We're going to hear from Adams Tech President, Dr. Andrea Daniel, Tommy Lyon, who is the chair of the County Commission, Larry Guest, who is the mayor of Elberton, Crystal Beebe, who is Chamber of Commerce exec, Dawn Benson with the Downtown Development Authority, and we'll start with Dr. Daniel, and thank you all for having us here.
Good morning. I want to welcome everyone to Athens Technical College's Elbert County campus. We are so delighted and honored to have you all here. This campus has been here since the end of 1997, so it's been here quite a while, but our college is the third oldest technical college in the state of Georgia. Athens Technical College is 60 years old this year, and we're also the first SAC COC institution where our credits were accepted by the University of Georgia back in 1988, so we have a great partnership with UGA. But it is an honor and privilege, as I said, to have you here. We've got some exciting things going on at this campus. We have now had 8 terms of enrollment increases, which is very important for the workforce. And I want to thank Al McCall is here today. He's the director of this campus. He's been quite busy lately. We want to congratulate him on his new son, Wilkes, and all of the people in Washington Wilkes are already giving me a hard time about it, so I know they're going to give Al a hard time about that wonderful name. But want to congratulate Representative Tom McCall on the birth of a second grandbaby. And so with that, I do want to say that if anyone would like tours of this facility, please let us know. I think there's maybe some time tomorrow, but I know how that is when the meeting's adjourned. But we will take the time and definitely are proud to show you the programs that we have at this college. We are solely focused on workforce development. It is our mission. It will stay our mission. Our programs are here in place to meet the workforce needs, to put people into jobs, and that's going to continue. I have to say a special thank you to Governor Nathan Deal, to Representative Tom McCall, to Representative England, and all of you for supporting the $8.2 million agricultural science building that has been earmarked for this campus and approved. And we are excited to get that started. We have some important partnerships that are coming together, and I look forward to sharing more about that with each of you. But that building would not be possible without your support. So we want to say a thank you to you. We don't get to do that enough, and we do appreciate the support. It is needed, and we will continue, as I said, to work with workforce development. It stays in our front and center. We also do our dual enrollment programs, but with our increases on this campus, we've had increases in our diesel program, in our welding program. Industrial systems has been revamped, and we're going to continue to grow that program. We have licensed practical nursing on this program, EMT, with an addition of a new science lab this year. We've added anatomy, physiology, science courses, chemistry. We want to thank UGA because at this time, if you look on their website, the last time I looked, and I don't want to be misquoted, we were the only institution that UGA accepted chemistry credits from. And that's because our students pass the national science test. So we have a wonderful partnership, but a lot of exciting things going on this campus. I started on this campus 22 years ago. It was my first campus to work on, and later transitioned to Athens, but it remains in my heart. I'm a resident of Elberton, so it is very special to us. I do want to say a welcome. I'm going to embarrass him, but I have to with TCSG, Neil Bidding, in the back, if you'll wave to everybody, Neil. And I know our commissioner is at the WorkSource Georgia event in Athens, and sends his regards as well. So thank you again for being here, and if there's anything you need while you're here, please let us know. We want you to come back. If you ever have any needs, pick up the phone and call me, because we are here to serve the students and the companies. I can't make that more clear. And often it takes some connections and some help, so please pass along word of mouth that Athens Technical College is here to serve the state of Georgia and to serve this region. Thank you again for coming.
Good afternoon. I'm Tommy Lyon, the chairman of the Elbert County Commission. I've got one of my commissioners here, my vice chair, Lee Vaughn, and we'd like to welcome all of you to the big place of Elberton, Georgia, and county of Elberton, Georgia. We've got a lot of nice things for you to visit and see. We know you got time restraints, but we'd love to have you to visit whatever you can. My commission has been always open for economic development, and that's the one thing that we're very interested in. The governor deal was, and Representative McCall and him was very instrumental in getting us a rail connection here in the local area that puts CSX in connection with a short line track that also puts it in with Norfolk Southern on the other end of the short line track. We're looking about possibilities, and we've heard that Highway 17 is going to be 4-lane. We think of those things are going to help us economically big time. And we'd like to thank y'all for all the work you do in helping Elberton grow. I like to sit and say, and I kid all my people around, Elbert County's got 20,000 people, and it's the same 20,000 people we had in 1950. We're just a little older is all. So, but Elbert County, just as a word of trivia, our largest population was 1910 with 24,000. We got 20,367 now. So we've been stagnant for a long time, and we'd like to see this thing begin to grow, and we need to get some jobs in this area. On behalf of the commissioners, thank y'all for being here.
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Guest. I'm mayor of Elberton, and I want to thank you all for choosing Elbert County, the campus here of Athens Technical College, to be a place where you're meeting this week. And we think this is a great campus. We're so very proud to have it here in Elbert County, and we thank you all for coming. I was elected back last November for my 4th term as mayor. I spent 12 years on council before then, and so I've been around a long time to see things started and completed. And You'll hear about some exciting projects from some of the people who are following me in this introduction. And one of the places that we're very excited about is the Samuel Elbert Hotel. Some of you all are staying in the Samuel Elbert Hotel tonight, and I think you'll be very pleased with the accommodations there. It has rejuvenated our downtown economy and helped bring back the public to our downtown area. So if you aren't staying there tonight, we'd appreciate the fact that you go by the downtown and check it out. You'll see that it is a very beautiful downtown area. 17 years ago, the city of Elberton decided to build and operate its own high-speed internet. And by the way, I do want to thank Jay Powell and Representative McCall. They stood in the well and helped us out on a broadband bill back years ago that enabled us to continue to serve the people in Elbert and Elbert County. And but we felt like at that time our citizens deserved a high level of service of internet and broadband. And since then, our system has grown and expanded to unserved areas of Elbert County and in some directions from border to border. We have offered our residential customers speeds up to 200 megabytes per second and our commercial customers up to 1 gigabyte per second. This has made all the difference for our citizens. So much of what we do now is online. Our industries are very important to us in Elberton, and we collaborate with existing industries as much as possible. The cornerstone of the Elbert County industry is the granite industry, employing a large majority of our citizens in dozens of companies. More granite monuments are manufactured in Elberton than any other country in the world, and that makes us the granite capital of the world, as you will see on our downtown display sign when you're in the downtown area. If any of you all grill out during the summer, which I'm sure most everybody in here does, and if you've ever heard of Bubba Burgers is made right here in Elberton, Georgia. We're very, very proud of the fact that they are here. Bubba is a real person. He no longer is living, but he was a real person, and very proud to be a part of Bubba Foods. We also have Pilgrim's Pride, a chicken processing plant, as our top employer. Pilgrim's is our #1 utility company, so we try to maintain a close relationship with them. We also have 2 German companies, one Motortech, who is a auto parts provider for the BMW plant out of Greer, South Carolina, and Hilo Industries, who makes lift systems for wind turbines and high-end consumable products. Infrastructure is very important to the city of Elberton, and very soon we will be constructing a new water line that goes west from here to connect with Madison County. We will be selling water to Madison County for a new industry that's coming in. Our water comes from beautiful Lake Russell. It's very high quality water, and we only use about 20% of the water of our water storage at Lake Russell. So working with other communities who need access to that resource is one way Elberton is helping to develop our region. And finally, I want to mention another key infrastructure resource. Back when I was elected as mayor of Elberton, I formed a Highway 17 coalition that went all the way from Toccoa, Georgia, down below Thompson, Georgia. And it consisted of mayors and county commission chairmen. And we worked hard with Governor Deal over the years to come up with 4-laning Highway 17 to give the trucks that are coming out of the port in Savannah an alternative that they don't have to go through Atlanta. And so Governor Deal just allowed us to announce this past March that they are widening Highway 17, and over the next 10 years, at a cost of over $400 million invested between Franklin County and north down to Wilkes County. And that will come through Elbert County to widen Highway 17. That is a project that we worked very hard for and are very proud of. Again, I want to thank you all for being here today, and I want to turn the program over to others from our community who will speak on more projects that we're working with.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate it. Again, we want to welcome you to Elberton, and wanted to get our PowerPoint presentation up here real quick. We're so excited today. We are super excited that we get to share the information that's going on, all of the positive feedback we're getting, all of the new industries that we're getting in here. We're super excited to be able to talk about all of our partnerships that we're developing here in Elbert County. Someone mentioned that this wasn't going to be a feel-good presentation. This one is. This is all about the positive. We have a lot to be proud of here in Elbert County and Elberton, and so we're super excited. I want to introduce, Crystal Beebe. She's with the Elbert Chamber of Commerce, and I'd like to introduce Kerry Trapnell. He's the CEO of Elberton Memorial Hospital. My name's Dawn Benson. I am the Main Street Director here in Elberton. I'm a transplant here. I've only been here for about a year and a half. I'm one of the lucky ones that gets to see and live the rural life. We came from Cobb County, and we're ready to slow down and settle down. So I'm also new to the town, new to the city. I've been really, really lucky. I have a city council, a mayor, a city manager, and a downtown development authority board that is so on board with the redevelopment. They're supportive of the Main Street program. They believe in redevelopment of their downtown. They know that that is the core, that we have to keep that viable. So I've been very, very lucky since I've been here. And since they always had the fruition to notice that we had to keep our downtown going. We couldn't let it die. And in 2000, they invested in and purchased the Elbert Theater. It took quite a few years for it to get developed and get finished, but then after the Elbert Theater was purchased from the city purchased the Elbert Theater, they also purchased the building behind it and made the Art Center. I hope if you guys have some time, maybe you guys could also tour the Art Center. The thought that they put into building the Art Center and the theater was such a good investment in our downtown, and that was the beginning of when people started realizing that the city was vested. I wanted to get vested too. Currently, we do something every weekend at the theater. Either it be first run movies, or we have theater productions, plays, musicals, concerts, those type things. The city's next purchase was the Jones Building, which is downtown on what we call the one-way street, and we currently put 3 retail storefronts in front of there, and we're building 4 apartments on the top. This will be our first downtown living. Should be open in October of 2018. Hopefully we have 2 2-bedroom and 2 1-bedroom apartments. We already have a waiting list, so we're super excited about that. Like Mayor Guest had mentioned, we are so proud of our hotel. It's a 27-room boutique hotel. It was a huge investment. $5.1 million. It opened March of 2017, and we've already done better on projections for that hotel. Since that hotel opened, we have added 12 new businesses downtown, just in our downtown, not countywide, not down the 4 lanes, just in our downtown, since that hotel opened up. We have had entrepreneurs and business owners come to us and say, we see that the city is invested, we want to be invested too. We're on schedule for 2 more to open up before September 1st, and we have 1 more who will hopefully be opened up before October. We plan on we just purchased another building. It's the Bailey Building. It is the oldest building on our square. It is in really bad shape. It's going to be a big chore to take on, but it is the oldest building on our square. We have to rehab it, and we're planning on doing some more retail storefronts on the top, and possibly partnering with Athens Technical College and doing student housing. Since that will be a need, we can start adding, students can start coming and staying and add to the college. With that, I will hand it over to Carrie.
Thank you, Don. As Don said, I'm Kerry Trapnell. I'm the CEO of Elberton Memorial Hospital. Glad to be here today, and thank you for coming to Elberton. A little bit about our hospital and what's going on locally. As Don said, we want to give the positive news. Being a rural hospital, there's not a whole lot of positive things you can say because it's a struggle every day. But what we've been doing here in Elberton lately, you see our new tagline is, "It's a new day at EMH." And what we're trying to do now more than ever is keep healthcare local as much as possible. For the last several years, and what I'm being told, I think for the last 20 plus years, our hospital has been managed by another company in another state, another town, somewhere else. I'm the first CEO in the last 20 plus years that's reporting directly to the Hospital Authority Board, and we make our decisions locally. We're not relying on a larger hospital or a health system somewhere else, a larger management company to tell us how we should run our hospital for our local citizens. So what we did on March 1st, we became an independent hospital. First time in a very long time for Elberton. With that, we employed a gynecologist and a general surgeon. Both of these doctors were employed by the larger health system, and on March 1st, they decided to join us as well to leave the larger health system to continue caring for the citizens here locally. Huge assets to our community to have both of those doctors on our staff, employees of our facility that are doing surgeries almost every day at our hospital. Most importantly, what we've been doing is rebuilding critical relationships around the state of Georgia, much like we're doing here today. We've been focusing on relationships with Georgia Hospital Association, Hometown Health. Jimmy Lewis is here, big supporter of our facility. State Office of Rural Health, our legislators, of course, and of course locally through our county, our city, folks like our commissioners we meet with routinely, our local EMS, and our citizens as well. We've been doing several focus groups in our community to find out what are the healthcare needs of Elbert County and Elberton, and find out how can we keep those healthcare services here locally so folks don't have to drive out of town 45 minutes just to have some blood work done or have an x-ray done somewhere else. We can do those services here, and we're trying to make sure our citizens know that. A big highlight, we were just awarded a $750,000 grant from the Phase 4 stabilization program, the State Office of Rural Health. So we're in the process now of working through our projects, how we're going, which projects we're going to select and get approved for that funding. One of 4 hospitals, that again, more good news for our facility and our community, $750,000 of free money in a grant program that we can use to add services, add service lines, revenue generating service lines to make sure our hospital is here for a very long time. We'll be using obviously for new equipment and minor renovations to help revenue growth. Our hospital hasn't had any renovations really since the 1980s. So our hospital is older. It is a true rural hospital. Hospitals all around us in 30, 40 mile radius or larger are actually have done new additions, new facilities, and it's time for us to start looking at how we upgrade our facility. The rural hospital tax credit, huge benefit for our facility. Huge. Thank you for everyone involved with that program. We were able to get $1.054 million approved for that program. Unfortunately, we lost out on $1.3 million in pledges due to the state cap being met on June 30th. A free $1 million to our facility is huge. It goes straight into operations. When you were managed by another company for the last 5 years, the day they walked out, our bank left us, basically. They were our bank. They helped us float our accounts payable. They helped us with our revenue. They helped us with all of our expenses. An extra $1 million to our budget is a huge blessing for our community and our facility. We would have loved to have the other $1.3 million too. So if we can get that cap raised a little bit more this year, that'd be wonderful. Just a little plug. But that's going to help us, obviously, again, new equipment, new renovations as well. Again, added services, what we have been able to do on our own in the last 6 months as an independent hospital, we now have 3D mammography in our hospital. For the last 7 or 8 months, we actually lost our accreditation under our previous management company, so we haven't been able to provide mammograms. We've had to bring a company in from South Carolina to provide mammograms to our community. Well, we took it on ourselves to quit working with that group, and we brought in 3D mammography. We found a group to bring that system into our facility. We were able to do some renovations internally. 3D mammography is state-of-the-art. It's a brand new machine. It's a $500,000 machine that we were able to work out a lease deal to have that in our building. It is installed. We're waiting for accreditation to happen any day, and we will start providing 3D mammography to our local citizens. We already have a waiting list of near 200 people that are signed up to have mammograms, and not just local citizens. Citizens from other communities are wanting to come here for that program. Newer operating room equipment. Again, with our 2 employed surgeons, we're trying to grow our OR revenue. We know for a rural hospital, we've got to focus on outpatient areas. So we focus on our outpatient OR. We've added new equipment, state-of-the-art equipment. We're able to buy some equipment from another hospital that closed their OR recently in Georgia. We were able to get $300,000 or $400,000 worth of equipment for about $30,000 that can really go right back in to provide new services to our citizens here that don't have to go out of town for that care. So increase our orthopedic presence. Because of that equipment, we're able to start doing more orthopedic surgeries here in our facility. We're in the early stages of doing the planning now as we start doing joint replacements here locally that we've never done here in our facility. Again, another avenue to grow revenue and keep citizens local, keep their health care local as well. And lastly, I'll add on here is a telemedicine grant. That's huge for rural hospitals as well. We've partnered with Mercer University and Dr. Sumner, Dean of the medical school there. She's been a huge partner with us to figure out how to get services here, how to get future physicians to come to our community. And they're working with us now on a telemedicine grant so we can get telemedicine in our emergency rooms, in our hospital, to make sure we're providing the best care for the citizens locally. We'll also have telemedicine in our ambulances locally so we can actually make sure the patients get to the right place in the right amount of time. And just lastly, I didn't have it on here because it's new information since this. We did have 8.5 acres donated to us locally by a very wonderful family here in Elberton, and their plan is that land is to be used for a new future facility for us, which we are in dire need of at some point, a smaller, more efficient facility. But the land has been donated, and more people are stepping up now. We have more announcements coming in the near future of folks stepping up wanting to help our hospital and to keep healthcare local. So it's definitely a new day at EMH, and we thank you for all the support we're getting with the Rural Development Council and just the rural hospital attention and all. So thank you so much.
As Dawn mentioned before, I'm Crystal Beebe. I am the President CEO of the Chamber here in Elberton. We felt that when putting this presentation together, when you're talking about the positives in this community, you can't help but mention Athens Tech as a positive in the community. And they are just such an asset. Here at the campus, there's 9 different programs of studies that are offered. We have accounting, cosmetology, emergency medical technician, medical assisting, welding, commercial truck driving, diesel equipment technology, industrial systems technology, and practical nursing, LPN. There are 3 different educational options. You have your associate's degree, diploma, technical certificate of credit. Enrollment here at the school is up by 25% plus at this time. Over 70 high school students have enrolled in the dual enrollment program here this semester. The investments of Athens Tech are of the new Science Mega Lab, $800,000 to $1 million investment here. The Agricultural Studies Building, an $8.5 million investment. The CDL Driving Range Project, a $500,000 investment. Over 30 counties are represented here on this campus. So with just this small amount of information that I'm able to provide you with today because of time crunch, you can see how valuable the school is to Elbert County. The key to growth and success, partnerships and collaboration. It's the key. You have to work together to grow. The Main Street, the Chamber, City Council, and Downtown Development Authority. This is ways that we have joined forces, so to speak, to work together to grow things in the community. We have collaborated on joint events, tourism efforts. Athens Technical College, the Chamber of Commerce, and Main Street have partnered for Lunch and Learns, leadership academies. Athens Tech, of course, like I mentioned before, has partnered with the high school here for dual enrollment, job preparedness, workforce development. The Chamber and the Main Street has also partnered with the high school for volunteers so that the students can receive their volunteer hours credits that's needed. The hospital has also partnered with the high school for student volunteers at the hospital. Elberton Memorial Hospital Foundation, and Elberton Partners for Health
they reached out to the whole community to form groups to tackle challenges that we have here in Elberton. EPH was awarded $100,000 to implement the first year's Community Health Improvement Plan. This program is made up of over 38 community partners that have all joined forces, got together to try to solve the issues at hand. 3 initiatives: nutrition and wellness, educational success and job preparedness, substance abuse and mental health. Elbert County Board of Commissioners and Elbert Partners for Health Board of Commissioners awarded EPH $15,000 towards drugs and alcohol education incentives. We've also taken part in the Community Health Care Summit. We have the resources. We're growing. We're thriving. The downtown is thriving. We have a school that's putting out the workforce, and we have people that are working together to make things happen. But with that being said, we also have challenges, as everyone does. A few of our challenges that we have, of course, is broadband, city and county-wide coverage. Workforce, just producing numbers that's needed, and of course we're doing, a great job of that just by having this campus right up the road for everyone. The soft skills, drug, alcohol, changing demographics. We have an aging population with an outflow of young adults, inflow of older adults. Housing. There's a lack of housing as far as real estate that's on the market, rental property, so there's limited housing options. Attitude, positive mindset, welcoming mindset of the community, of other businesses. Everybody's got to be welcoming. Unfortunately, diversity is still a problem. We can learn from one another, but first we must have a level of understanding about each other in order to facilitate collaboration and cooperation. But with each of these challenges, we're choosing not to look at them as challenges. We're choosing to look at them as stepping stones to reach our ultimate goal, which is continued growth.
Again, we just wanted to say thank you for being here. We appreciate you letting us share our story. We didn't get to go into a lot of detail about everything. We were under a time constraint and everything. I did want to say thank you again. We could not do these rehab projects or these reinvestments without your help. The DCA, the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission, all of our state agencies help us. Please keep investing in us. We believe in ourselves. We appreciate that you guys work so hard for rural Georgia. On an end note, got something really, really proud of this town. We have a team. Our 13 and 14-year-old boys, Little League, Junior Little League, is playing at the World Series in Michigan, and they are representing the entire Southeast. They went down to Florida last week and were Team Georgia, and they represented Team Georgia, and they won the Southeast Regional Championship. They got to come home to a town parade and then headed out, and now they are the Southeast team, and they are representing us in Michigan. They have a game tonight, so send them good vibes. They lost yesterday, but today's another day. Again, thank you. Appreciate it. If you have any questions afterwards, we'd like to answer those. I know we've run over our time, so.
Now we're going to do questions now. I've got a couple. Dawn, on your presentation about the downtown,
Yes, sir.
do y'all turn these buildings or do you hold them?
So with certain state funding that we've gotten, we can't sell the buildings. So we will be responsible for them. So we lease the storefronts.
So what's the time limitation?
We can't sell them at all. They
Ever?
will be ours forever. Yeah, those are the regulations from the state funding.
Okay. Where's the state funding come from?
Some of them were the redevelopment fund, and then we've also used the revolving loan. So
Okay.
we went through DCA for a lot of that, and I know Northeast Georgia Regional Commission helps us write our proposals and stuff for those.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for Dawn? Terry?
You guys talked about broadband for just a second.
Uh-huh.
Do you have competition here? Who is your main provider for broadband?
We are, I'm not sure about that. I think we are the only providers. AT&T, sorry, I am new. We don't get any out where I live. We got to go HughesNet. So we don't have any
Well,
providers out in the
that
county.
leads to the second part of it. AT&T's provider. Do you have any type of idea? Kerry, does it impact you from a health standpoint at the hospital? Okay, and I mean, what, do you have any idea of what your average speed is and what percentage of the county is actually covered by usable broadband?
Yeah, Larry had mentioned that in his presentation about the speeds and stuff. I'm not a broadband internet specialist, but I can absolutely get you those figures.
Just kind of like to know how you compare with the rest of North Georgia. Okay.
I do know we have fiber optics in our downtown, so the speeds in our downtown area are very good. But out in the county, we're lacking tremendously. Like I said, we have very little internet out where we are. It's good for me because then my son can't play video games all day long. But we do have to do HughesNet and stuff. So it's a big problem for some of the students at the school because it is a county school. So I know that they can't go home and do their homework on a computer. They have to come to the school and do their studies.
Unfortunately, Elbert County is not unique.
No, it's not. And we had heard that before, that you guys had heard the broadband problem. That's why we didn't really focus on it. That's
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Carrie, I've got a question for you. On the hospital, since y'all have just taken it back over locally, and you've made all of these improvements, I mean, I'm sure that the rural hospital tax credit helped some, but where did you get the money? Was it all local investment, county, city, private investment? Where did the money come from to do what you've done as far as staffing and treatment and mammography, the whole 9 yards?
Primarily through operations, but we do have a foundation. A foundation has provided some of those funds to help with recruitment of physicians, to help with some of the upfront money. Again, we've tried to do more projects like mammography where it's a lease instead of coming up with $500,000 in expense. Just trying to be smarter and wiser with how we use the funds we do have.
Question? Okay.
I think it was Don, under challenges, you said workforce development, and one of them was soft skills. Is high school teaching that, technical school? Is any curriculum anywhere going on for that challenge?
We have currently reached out to the high school, and I'm fixing to dig a little deeper in that for the main reason I have teenage students myself, and I am constantly preaching the soft skills at home. And of course, that falls right back into the statement that I'm sure some of you have probably said to your own. What are you learning at school? So I have reached out to the high school here, and we are currently working on putting together a job fair. And the job fair is also going to have a booth that will consist of myself and Dawn, where we put them through a little mock interview to try out their soft skills. So as of right now, that's a work in progress because, like I said, I want to dig a little deeper into that. It's awesome and great if you can do the job, but can you communicate with others while doing the job?
Yeah, I hear that all over the state, and it's a real challenge in every community and school system, young people not having those things taught at home and looking to other institutions to take up the slack. But
I do want to add for technical colleges, that's something that we incorporate in our curriculum, the employability skills. But we have partnered, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission with WIOA funding on a program called Manufacture Ready that we are currently doing now, and we have seen great progress with the companies that we work with, many companies, McCann Aerospace, Acurus now, NIBCO, Caterpillar, so many others. This is a 5-week short-term training program that's federally funded, and we couldn't do it without the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission working with us. But we teach OSHA 10, we teach forklift certification. Tommy Lyon has taught that for us himself. And we teach all the skills that they come back to us later and want us to train, companies want us to train participants on. But I'll tell you the number one thing that we work on is attendance. And we also teach backup plans for transportation, childcare, and we teach them how to not get fired and how to keep their job. That's our number one thing we're working on. And that program is one of the main programs that I've seen that's making progress with companies. They want more. You can talk to NIBCO, and they hire everybody that we can put through that program in Greene County.
Thank you, Robert.
Can I add one more thing to your question a few minutes ago?
Yes, sir.
About funding. One thing I failed to mention that happened while we were still managed by the other facility. Our county commissioner stepped up big time this year and raised the millage rate to 2.5 mils. We went from about $500,000 a year to about $1.2 million. So that was a huge plus for us into this last fiscal year. So that
That's-
helped us.
That's recurring local funding.
Yeah, it's voted on every year
Okay.
at this point.
Okay,
Yeah, so that was an additional.
okay. Patty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is relating to the technical college. In the presentation, it mentions associate degree programs are offered. They're offered here at this campus?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have them at all 5 of our campuses. Athens Technical College now serves 11 counties. We just added Morgan. They asked to be back in our service area, but we offer associate degrees here. There are some programs that students will start here and have to finish in Athens, but we offer full programs here that they can take and have the associate degree as the highest level that we teach. But we have the TCCs, the short-term training, and then we have the diplomas and the associate degrees at this college, at this campus. And we have articulation agreements with UGA. We have them with Piedmont College, where students can come in and take entire programs and transfer those over. Some are course by course, but we do have articulated programs where they move their entire program and they don't lose credits.
Financial aid, do you offer the Pell Grant here?
Absolutely. We have the Zell Miller Scholarship, we have Hope, we have Pell. We have a great foundation that works with students on our rollout list because we don't want to roll anybody out. And we are very appreciative of our financial aid. Over about 80% of our students take advantage of financial aid. And also dual enrollment, which we thank you very much for supporting dual enrollment high school students. You heard them. I know earlier this week, my great friend Jerry Moorhead talked at Rotary here in Elberton about how many students are accepted. A high percentage in Elbert County are accepted at UGA, but I would venture to add to that most of them are taking dual enrollment with us. So we work very hard. Some of those students stay with us and finish right with us and go out into the workplace. Some won't need the 4-year degree and they go on and get that. But it's a great partnership for students who want to get ahead.
Well, I want to learn more about that.
Well, I would be happy to share more about dual enrollment with you. We currently have almost 1,000.
The financial aid side of it.
Yes,
yeah,
financial
that's
aid
great.
side, almost 1,000 students. Thanks to you all at the table, it does not hurt the Hope Hours, and the formula for it is correct now. I know it's hard to, it's a popular program and it's going to continue to grow, and so I know that's going to continue to be hard to fund, but for high school students, it's very important for them to get ahead of the game. We know from our work with Achieving the Dream that time is the worst enemy of a student. It's the worst enemy of workforce. Things are going to happen to students, so we have to get them in and remove the barriers. And we work a lot. We have a lending library. We have transportation assistance and child care assistance through WIOA funding. And again, I can't thank Jim Dove and his team, Carol Raven-Kofer with Northeast Georgia Regional Commission. We have a strong partnership with that organization.
Terry Rogers, last question.
Yeah, it's just a real quick follow-up about the soft skills. Chairman Dickey's comment about soft skills. You talked about working with the high school students to improve the soft skills and things of that nature. One of the things that we found in talking with people all the way across the line, I mean, and I'm a big proponent of this, is it just doesn't start in high school, guys.
Yeah.
It used to be it started with the parents, but unfortunately, in a lot of cases, we don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
So wondering if you guys had given any thought, or if you'd worked at all with your Board of Education here to possibly get some sort of ongoing program, maybe starting in pre-K all the way through.
We do partner with a lot of schools in Elberton. Their main focus right now is on general ed. Most of the high schools and partnerships we have, they want to focus on CTAE, which we're pushing pathways, and we need that because that's where we can really do that work. So we'll continue. I know Al McCall and I have worked diligently with our school system here trying to show what we can do there. I can tell you, though, regardless of what happens and how people get to us, at a point when they come in to our programs, we can train them so that they can overcome those employability skills, particularly in the Manufacture Ready program, because they come to us unemployed in that program, and now we can do encumbered workers as well. And we work with those participants, and we have been able to overcome those barriers. I know NIPCO's hired 16 of those employees, and many of them now have lead positions, and a lot of them had multiple jobs prior to that program. They learned things in that program that no one, for whatever reason, has taught them in their life, and it instills a lot of self-confidence and a lot of pride that they want to do not for just that company, but they want to do for themselves. It's a life-changing program. We presented on it yesterday at WorkSource Georgia, and a lot of technical colleges and a lot of entities were looking at adding that program. It's one of my premier programs. I really, really promote it because I see it making great strides in the area of employability skills, one of the strongest things. And then I'd be remiss, when you're talking about employability skills, the work we're doing with the new students coming in, that's Generation Z. You hear all about millennials, you hear all about, they wrote my generation off years ago with Generation X. But you hear the work about millennials, and we've done some good work, but Generation Z is the new generation, and I'm here to tell you, we've worked with Goldman Sachs on some work with the new students coming in, and what I love about them, they start at the bottom, and they know they're gonna start at the bottom, and they're willing to work their way up. Whereas when I work with my millennial students and meet with them and talk to them about their goals and aspirations and ask them what they want to do, they say, well, your job looks nice. And I say, gosh, I've been doing this for 22 years and have a doctorate and have put in blood, sweat, and tears. You're going to do that? No, I don't really want to do that. So it's a difference. But Generation Z, the new generation coming in, they don't hesitate to do the work. They don't hesitate to do it. And I'm expecting great things from this new generation. I know you hear, every generation hears that about another generation, but normally it's negative. This time I'm telling you, I see a lot of positives coming out of that. I do. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to head into our program, but I could listen to that group all day long. I sent word down to Tom a minute ago that I ain't sure that we need to help over here in Elberton much anymore. Seems like they got it going on, and we need to spread them out across the state a little bit. But our next group of presenters, we've got three that are coming to talk about several different things, and first we're going to have the Department of Economic Development come talking about the existing incentive programs, and we're going to have Commissioner Pat Wilson and Deputy Commissioner Tom Croteau. Tom is the Deputy Commissioner for Global Commerce. Of course, Pat is not far from home. He grew up in Franklin Springs, so he's near home and kind of knows where the roads lead over this way. So glad to have Pat with us. And then following them will be DCA Commissioner Christopher Nunn, and we're going to talk a little bit about the current tier system within the state and what adjustments may be needing to be done to it as well. So, Commissioner Wilson, glad to have you with us.
Chairman, thank you very much.
Glad you're home.
I know, it's nice to be home. Appreciate y'all bringing me back where I can go visit my parents on the way home. That's nice. To our hosts, Dr. Daniel, thank you so much. I say all the time when we're meeting with companies that we have the best technical college system in the country. And this truly is a shining star in the system. If y'all get a chance to go tour the campus, please do. I've done it. These guys, they got their act together, Tom. It really is amazing what's going on here as far as addressing the workforce needs of the companies that are located right here in the community. Tommy and Mayor Guest, I lost the mayor, but I've been up here several times because they do have their act together, Chairman. And it's if you see what's going on downtown, I'd encourage y'all to go look at the hotel. One of the things that we see when we travel around to communities and you're hosting companies in a community, having that hotel place to put them that's nice in a downtown that makes them feel warm and comfortable, it's a big piece of selling a quality of life. And we talk about that all the time, but Elbert County has invested, the city has invested, and they do have a real showpiece in downtown to talk about. So I want to thank y'all. This is my second time presenting. The first time I think was right as you guys kicked off what was a whirlwind tour of the state, and I want to say thank you for what you accomplished last year. I know you spent a lot of time really seeing some of the most beautiful parts of this state, but you shined a light on some of the issues that we all know that we've got to address. And in the legislative session, you started taking some steps to address those, and we really do appreciate that. So this year, the governor just announced our numbers from last year, and I want to start by talking about something positive. We had a banner year last year as a state. Our department had a hand in creating 27,000 new jobs across the state. Of those jobs, that came from 419 located projects. Now, when I say located projects, I'm talking about either expansions or new companies coming to Georgia. Sometimes it gets lost in the headlines that 78% of those projects that we announced last year were outside of the metro Atlanta. That was 14,000 jobs from our existing industry base, plus $2.8 billion that came from our existing industry reinvesting in their own communities. That is a huge win, and that shows that the legislature and the governor together have created a tremendous business environment. So this map was released by the governor about 2 weeks ago, and I know it's small, but I believe, Dana, do we have the map packet? We've got it blown up so that you can see it, and we also have the maps that Tom is going to use later so that you can have it in your hands. It's a little hard to see on here. But what you see, and what I'm really proud of, through our existing industry team, through our folks in the regions, and then our statewide project managers, we've had success literally all across the state. There are some holes, and you'll notice the holes in the map when you see it. But I want to focus on the positives first before we come back to the holes themselves. Rural areas are not, there is this trickle-down effect of a great economy that you guys have helped foster is impacting rural Georgia. And some of these are 10 job announcements, some of them are 30. I want to take 1 second and talk about one of my favorite announcements last year was in Bainbridge, Georgia. And is Darlene here? Yeah. I want to, you know, we spend a lot of time traveling the state and working with communities. Darlene, I want to give a lot of credit to Decatur County and Bainbridge, Georgia last year for one of the biggest projects we've seen in rural Georgia in the last 20 years. For those of you who did not know, Taurus Guns, major gun manufacturer, is moving all their operations from Miami, including their headquarters, from Miami to Bainbridge, Georgia. The community went all in on this project. And, you know, it's one of the things that I talked about the last time I was here is the difference that leadership makes in a community. There was never a time where the community said no in this project. It was always, let me figure out how we can get to where you need to be. And so Bainbridge did a great job. But that's one of the, that win is important for a number of reasons. But it really shows this was a win that took 5 years in the making. The community, the Department of Economic Development, the Georgia allies, all worked together to foster these relationships in the gun industry. That project didn't happen overnight. It took us bringing that company all around South Georgia, but they settled on Bainbridge because they really liked the area, they liked the workforce, they knew that they could draw out of Tallahassee for workforce base, but it is an amazing win for the community. Sure, Chairman.
One of the things I understand from talking to the Bainbridge folks about Taurus is that they were reluctant to come to the state of Georgia, or one of the reluctances was because of the internet sales tax, that they could sell things into the state and be at a competitive advantage because of the fact that they were not having a physical location in the state. And one of the things that they at least had to overcome was that if they located in Georgia, they would lose that competitive advantage. Now that the Supreme Court has said that that's no longer a factor, and do you see that is going to open up some economic development opportunities that we haven't had before because people were reluctant to come into a state that they were not then serving?
Chairman, it's one of the things that Tom and I talk about a good bit is we never know when we've been cut from a project that we didn't have on our radar screen. There's so much research that goes into the project before they even reach out to us that the answer to your question is yes. Ultimately, any change that we make, lowering the corporate income tax this year, all those things add up to our competitive balance sheet. And, there's no telling how many projects that just, cut us off the list just because we had that in place. So with that leveling the playing field, of course, I truly believe that's going to be helpful. And that's a great question. And that kind of leads me to where I want to go. Before I turn it over to Tom, and Tom's going to walk through the process of how a project really locates to Georgia. I think as we kind of line up our discussion to go into the tier system and to talk about incentives, I think it's good to start with where our project managers start, which is looking at how the project gets here. Dana, we have 2 example RFIs that we get from consultants, and we get these weekly. They come, and our research team sits down to try to answer these questions. And the reason I wanted to put it in front of you, is it helps see what I think consultants are looking for and businesses. But B, I think it shows you that this is a partnership between us and a community. There is a huge amount of information that we can't provide that the community has to provide. But these 2 RFIs, one is a project that we lost, and I think I can tell you some of the reasons why we lost that project, and the other one is a project that is, the reason I put it up here is because it's a food and beverage project, which when those come in the door, one of the first things we say is, there's probably a good chance that needs to be in rural Georgia. It's a 100 to 200 jobs, which fits a rural community. We can find the workforce for that. And then it's a significant investment, which means that the community can, over the long term, you're going to get a return on your investment when the company is going to put that kind of money into it. But you'll see when we got this project, the first thing you notice is this, what looks like a squirrel. This is the city of Atlanta right here. And they right away decided where they wanted to look. And it's up Interstate 85, and that's up Interstate 75. And one of the things that has changed in economic development over the last 10 years is the fact that so much of this research is done in advance. And when we get it from a prospect, they're telling us where they want to look. This one is one that of course, our communities that we're going to draw from are going to be on the outer edges of that because you can't manufacture down here. It's just not going to work. But the other one is fascinating to me as well. You can see this is extremely thick, and it also came to us wanting to look in. If you go to page 16, and I assume that you have in front of you, they came to us wanting to look in North Georgia. This is a manufacturing project. They want to be within 10 miles of the interstate, and they want a labor draw in order to fill 550 jobs. Again, this is a project that if we were to market as a region, that there are some opportunities to fill 550 jobs in rural Georgia. But it goes back to a couple of things that we talked about last time too, is this narrative of workforce. And I know that you've heard this all over the state. as y'all have held these meetings, to Dr. Daniel's point, every opportunity for economic development revolves around your long-term workforce. And one of the things that we have not done very well in rural Georgia in doing is crafting a narrative around the workforce that's available and the skill set of that workforce. This project has a list that any community to be considered, they want you to go through and list the skills in that community that fit the jobs that are available. They're not going to consider anything if you can't fit that slide. Hey, Jeremy. So I want y'all to, I put those out there so that as we go through Tom's presentation, you talk about the process, that reverse funnel of a project, that you can see that where it started and what our project manager was looking at when they submitted communities to consider. The other piece of that is what the community is going to participate in as well. And so we'll get into that as Tom goes through his discussion. But now I want to turn the floor over to Tom so that we can go through this. And Tom brings a unique perspective to this, to projects. Tom has worked in every part of the Department of Economic Development over his 20 years. Existing industry, business recruitment. He ran our logistics team. Tom, in fact, selected Georgia himself. He's from Massachusetts. So he really is unique in how he looks at these projects and how he manages our team. So Tom, the floor is yours, my friend. And we did not dress together this morning. We did not send a memo to each other. I'm sorry that we look like we're in a uniform.
Thank you, Pat. Everybody hear me back there? We were doing good until Pat mentioned Massachusetts, right? Happy to be here with you today. I have worked in a lot of different areas of the Department of Economic Development, not all by choice, but certainly honored and just delighted and pleased where I work now in our Global Commerce Group, which does business recruitment and existing industry. All right, so, oh good. We want to talk about incentives today, which is great. As was mentioned, Christopher Nunn, Commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs, is going to follow me. He's going to really talk about sort of the nuts and bolts of how these incentives are constructed, how they operate and work. I'm really here to sort of set the platform and talk about how our companies that we work with, both existing industries and new companies that are looking at our state as well as other states, how they look at the world and how incentives fits into that world. So when companies are looking to make a new investment, whether they're already here or whether they are somewhere else in the country or even somewhere else in the world, and they are thinking perhaps of putting an operation in the southeastern United States, typically they are starting with the real estate piece that they're looking for, whether that is a site to construct a new facility, whether it's an existing building that they're looking for. When they come to us, probably 60 to 65% of the time, they're coming through a consultant with an RFI. So just like the RFI that was handed out to you, and that's why we really wanted you to see that this really begins very much as an empirical exercise to provide data, to provide sites and buildings that meet their criteria. As you might imagine, there's all kinds of different criteria. Many of them say we want to be within an hour of an international airport. Some of them will say we want to be near the port. Many of them are very focused on workforce. Many of them will say within a 45-mile radius, we want to have 500,000 people, or maybe it's 100,000 people. It just varies We had one that came in yesterday that was 2,000 jobs that said, we want to be within 30 minutes of a Japanese school. So it really, we really are reacting to what those requirements are. But it typically starts with real estate. Of course, the infrastructure and utilities.
House.
They want to know that the infrastructure and the utilities are in place. That's where the competitive aspect comes in. If we were only looking at our own state within these exercises, we would have a lot more room and flexibility to operate. But really, we know that when they come to us, they're typically going to 4 or 5 other states as well. And so they're saying, we want a site that has the utilities there, because time is a critical aspect for all the companies that we work for. Time is risk to them, and time is money for them. Of course, the labor market is important, and this one, the distance to customers and suppliers, I mean, you really could flip that all the way up here at the top, because so many of them, and the 2 examples in the RFIs that we handed out, they're typically that way because they're saying, we want to serve up the East Coast, or we want to serve into the Midwest. Most of our opportunities in South Georgia come from companies who say, we want to serve into the Florida market, and we want to serve to points west as well. And so that's why you see generally more activity taking place in the Valdosta, Tifton area than you might see away from the interstates. And then, after we have the RFI, after we have these requirements, once we're responding to the companies, typically they're telling us, we will allow you to submit 3 to 5 sites, or 3 to 5 buildings or communities. Again, because they're collecting this information from so many other multiple states as well, they want to limit what they're going through. Many times, as Pat mentioned, they're already giving those communities when they come in. We literally have prospects that come in and say, we want to look at Cartersville, we want to look at Dublin, and we want to look at LaGrange, because they've already done that research. Once we submit those sites, typically it's anywhere between 3 to 8 sites. They're collecting that for all the states. They'll come back and they'll have cut at least half. Excuse me. So before a company ever visits, they have normally cut down to 2 to 3 sites, maybe 4, that they are willing to come and physically go and put feet on the ground, look at that community, their capabilities, and their real estate. And that's when it gets into what we have here. If you're at the back of the room, it says leadership and commitment to yes. They really want to see a can-do community that is helping them to overcome hurdles along the way, and that they get a really good feeling that community is filled with problem solvers. And then ultimately, we get to incentives. Now, there are incentives that are asked for during the RFI process. It is typically your statutory incentives, and it is not the negotiation type of incentives. That comes later, once you're down to another cut where we're at the point where we have maybe only 1 community or maybe 2 communities in the mix against 1 other state or 2 other states. So in other words, most companies are trying to narrow down to a top 3. And so this entire process is a process of elimination. So let me give you my perspective of really what incentives do. because we all hear about how important incentives are. We certainly know that you're here to talk about incentives for the next couple of days, and you have a lot of people to come in and talk to you about that. And I don't want to overlook what incentives do in this process. They do several things. The first thing that they do, by having a breadth of incentives such as job tax credits and some of the sales and use tax exemptions and those types of things, they let companies and consultants know that Georgia is serious about economic development and wants to be aggressive. That's the first thing that they do. The second thing that they do is when you have incentives that can be customized towards those industries. So for instance, the legislature, thank you very much, for this last session, passed an additional incentive for the data center industry. When we have those items for data centers, for software, for logistics companies, for manufacturing, it lets those companies know that we want to be a place for those types of industries and that we're trying to speak to their specific needs by addressing a financial benefit that is going to hit them specifically. The third thing is when a company makes a large investment like this is an abnormal capital investment for them. So constructing a facility, putting equipment in facilities, a large capital outlay. So they have several years, 2 to 5 years, where they're going to incur losses, where they are trying to overcome that bubble in the hose, so to speak. And so that's really what you want your incentives to do, is to soften that blow, is to address those early year expenses that they are incurring. That's an important part of what incentives do. And then the last thing is that they help solve problems. So when you have a building or a site, you're being compared against 2 other states in a finalist situation, and that site needs another 200 yards of rail to get it to where that building is going to be, or they need cranes in the building to make it work, and you're competing against an existing building in South Carolina or Tennessee that already has cranes. That's where incentives can come in and help solve that problem and even the playing field. So a lot of different kinds of incentives can get really kind of mucky when you're trying to organize them all in your head, but really you can think of incentives in these 5 buckets very easily. You have your job tax credits and things that offset corporate income tax. Yeah,
Terry and I've got to go get on a conference call. Y'all are going to hang around for questions, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You've got incentives that offset state corporate income tax. You have those sales and use tax exemptions, grants, and offsetting land, in-kind services. Some of that comes from the state, some from the community. You have training and hiring support, such as Georgia Quick Start and WIOA. And then you have your local incentives. And so just again giving an overview, Commissioner Nunn is going to get down more into the details of these, but you can see under that corporate income tax, that job tax credits, you've got job tax credits, you've got quality job tax credits, mega tax credits. That all goes against your corporate income tax and can be used in some cases against payroll withholding, which is very important to companies because it monetizes, in effect, those tax credits. You have community incentives. Property tax abatement is the most important one, probably. Land at a reduced or no cost, permitting fee waivers, et cetera. You have state discretionary incentives. So here's where you have your REBA grants, your One Georgia grants for land acquisition, site preparation, building construction, equipment costs, and then of course you've got Quick Start and a few other various discretionary pieces. And then there are some additional incentives, R&D tax credits, for instance. We are told by most consultants that Georgia has the best R&D tax credit in the country. The reason for that is because you can use excess credits against payroll withholding. So we're the only state in the country where your R&D activity can turn into an incentive that is similar to a cash incentive for companies. So a very powerful R&D tax credit. And you might be surprised at some of the things that qualify as R&D. So when you install equipment into a new facility, for instance, and you're testing that equipment and running test batches, and you're having a lot of throwaways and that type of thing, that's all considered R&D, for instance. So there are a number of activities like that. You've got retraining tax credits here, tax credits for providing child care, all good programs. Sales and use tax exemptions. The most important one was the one passed just a few years ago that exempts companies from sales tax on energy used in manufacturing. Now, there are about 25 states that have some type of exemption on electricity or energy. What I think is great about Georgia's is because it's on energy and not just electricity, those companies that are manufacturing, that are using a lot of natural gas in their process are benefiting from this as well. So it is really giving Georgia a unique aspect on that incentive. You have others on manufacturing machinery and replacing manufacturing machinery, primary handling materials. I mentioned the data centers. Okay. So I just have a couple of more slides here. This is pretty hard to see. I'm sorry about that. We wanted to show you what a typical offer letter looks like. And I don't want you to read too much into this because these offer letters look very different based on the size of the prospect, the number of jobs, the amount of investment, many factors. This is a German automotive manufacturer, 222 jobs, that was going to be serving Mercedes-Benz in Vance, Alabama. They were, of course, looking in Alabama. They wanted to give Georgia a shot, so of course they were willing to look at the western border of Georgia. $34 million investment, average wage of almost $45,000, which is a very good wage. We submitted several communities, several buildings. They were looking for an existing building. They ended up choosing Polk County. They had a spec building that they liked. Polk County did a great job on this project, but if you could see the numbers, what you would see here is the job tax credits amount to $3.3 million, okay? Here's the local property tax abatement that they offered for 15 years. That amounts to almost $2.5 million. Now the whole package, this is the local piece, and this is the state piece, 6.5. This is the local piece, 3 million, adding up to 9 million. The majority of that, more than half of that, is comprised of job tax credits and property tax abatement. So that really provides us with a large part of the base of our incentives numbers. And while this isn't it isn't a situation where a company just takes whatever the biggest number is, you do have to be in the ballpark. You do have to be competitive with your overall numbers. You see here that Georgia Quick Start is valued at approximately a little bit more than $1 million. That is the estimate from Georgia Quick Start, that if you were to go out and seek in the private sector the equivalent services of what they provide, it would be worth $1 million. So they're not literally getting $1 million from the state, they're getting $1 million worth of services from Georgia Quick Start. A couple of more things and I'll move on. Polk County discounted the price of their spec building by $450,000. They offered a local development grant of $100,000. The state offered a project development grant of $675,000, which is slightly more than $3,000 per job. Now, we did not win this project. We lost this project to Alabama, primarily because they picked a site that was 6 miles from Mercedes-Benz. But they did really like Polk County. They really liked the spec building. It was a struggle for them. At the end of the day, the logistics costs won out. And I just wanted you to see a little bit. I wish we had a little bit more of a clear screen, but I wanted you to see what one of those offer letters looks like. Is there any question about that before we move on? Yes, sir.
If my math is right, I can't read it, it's 9 million divided by 222 jobs, 40 total from local and state, $40,000 a job. Am I wrong or right?
Sir, I went to Florida State. They told me there'd be no math here. So that may be right. That may be right. That is what the newspapers would want to report. And you know that always the difficult thing here is, you know, Georgia Quick Start certainly has an expense to the state for existing, but that is not, you know, cash to the company. This is qualified manufacturing machinery. This is the sales tax exemption, which is 1.5 million. So those types of things, yes.
And,
Correct.
I get it. So, how much was discretionary, I guess?
So the discretionary pieces are real. Oh, whoop. Let me go back. The discretionary pieces of these top three, $675,000 would have been a One Georgia grant, $3,000 a job. The discount on the spec building, which would have been incurred by the community, $450,000, and another $100,000 grant from the community as well. And then property tax abatement, it's obviously taxes that you're choosing not to collect for a period of time, but again, not cash up front. Those are your discretionary pieces. So I think what we have here, okay, so you see here, we've got total state and local grants are slightly, it's $34.91, so slightly less than $3,500 a job in upfront grants and discretionary. Yes, ma'am.
Is it on? Tom, speaking of local, what recommendations can you give to local officials that may be in the audience and may be watching online of how to handle projects that are being brought to their communities to ensure that they can possibly land that project into their community? What's the best advice you can give to a local official?
I think if you already have a project that's looking at you and you are in a rural or semi-rural area, I think the thing that everybody needs to realize is because so many companies are looking at metro areas now because of the workforce and the skills, that has become insanely competitive for those, I don't know what the percentage is, for those manufacturing projects, those really plum type of projects that are willing to look in other areas of the state. They're doing the same thing in rural areas in other states. And over the past 5 or 6 years, those projects have just become incredibly competitive. And so what we're really seeing these days is there are a handful of communities, I say a handful, it's more than a handful of communities out in the state that are doing this type of thing. They are offering a local grant. They are offering a discount on their land or building. And those communities see projects over and again, because what the consultants learn is that they're going to be competitive on the next project as well. Really what we're seeing, and I don't, always love that it's this way. It has just become this way. If it's a manufacturing project that is going to be a greenfield built from the ground up, more than 9 times out of 10, it's going to go to a place that's offering free land. You're not going to be able to recoup that investment on the land itself. You're going to have to recoup it in future property taxes as the abatement schedule ramps down, and in other ways, obviously, wages, local purchases, etc.
Okay, thank you.
There's been an ongoing discussion for some time about using tax dollars in the transparency issue, because you don't want what we're selling to go to Alabama in this case and then be used against to get the asking price. But the taxpayers also sit there and say, no, we have a right to know what's being offered. Even at the local level, we've heard from school boards that have said, well, if the Economic Development Authority goes out and gives this land away for this, and 55% of the property taxes go to the school board, we're not part of that discussion. Do you have any best practices? How do you balance the transparency versus not being used to get someone else's asking price?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. It's a challenging situation, of course. We're always trying to be very respectful of the tax dollars that we're using. At the same time, the companies that we're working with are having us sign non-disclosure agreements many times, and they're certainly coming to us and saying this project has to remain confidential. We don't want to read about it in the newspaper. We don't want our employees to know, because we may be shifting some operations from another operation here. We don't want our competition to know that we're doing this, because we're trying to get out ahead of them with the next investment. So as soon as you abandon that, you lose a lot of faith from the people that carry these projects
Do they
routinely.
have to be confidential in what we offer? Can we?
They're
and maybe
they're
that's
happy
not
to be
practical.
confidential in what we offer them. We insist that as the project concludes, when the project concludes, that we're going to be completely open to the public in terms of what has been put on the
Do
table.
we get them to sign a confidentiality agreement saying George is offering us this?
What we do is we put it in our paperwork, in our memorandum of understanding, and even in our offer letter that says, if you accept this offer, you agree that this project will be publicly announced. We also have a policy that any discretionary grant that we give, that it goes on our website within 5 days of announcing the project or reaching an agreement with the company.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
I had a question about the value of the job when you came out with this calculation that it would be worth $3,000. Okay, a value of a job, 100 jobs in Thomasville is wonderful. 50 at Cairo is great.
Right.
Wiggum, Georgia, 25 jobs is wonderful. It is astronomical. How do we learn to get credits for these smaller companies? And some of our really small rural counties or communities are hurting even more. And the value of those jobs, they can't do that. And they know they're not going to get 500 people. But what can we do to help get those 25 to 50 jobs, which will impact those communities?
That's a great question, and that's really where we need to be focused for those types of communities, because a 10 to 20 job win or increase in those communities is a big deal, and it has a big spillover effect. We understand that. I'll answer that first by saying anything that we put on the table in terms of a grant, we do an economic impact study for. So that economic impact study has been created to be able to be done for each one of the 159 counties in Georgia. So it is taking into account what that economic base is for that county. And it's telling us what the payback is on that incentive and how long it will be before that is completely paid back in terms of tax revenues to the state and to the local community. Those things come in separately on that report. That report goes to the Department of Community Affairs with every recommendation that we have. We try and stay within 5 years or less on a payback, and we are typically more lately in the range of 1 to 3 years on those paybacks. So that's on the discretionary piece. Of course, on the statutory piece, Christopher is going to talk about the tier system and certainly how that works to try and even the playing field for rural communities.
Thank you.
Representative Taylor, if you don't mind, just to follow up on that just for a minute. I think your question really gets to exactly why the tier system is created and why there is a tier 1 and why that level of getting jobs tax credits at tier 1 is lower, the threshold is lower, so that we can address the 10 jobs in Wiggum and the impact that is going to have. Because we know ultimately that those 10 jobs are going to mean a lot more there than they would in a tier 4 community. So, I think that as we have a discussion around the tier system, that question is exactly why it was created in the first place.
Thank you.
Way through his presentation, and then the Commissioner Nunn's got to speak. So, if you can, just hold your questions till the end and let them get through the presentation, and maybe some of them will get answered along the way. So, thank you.
Okay, so these you do have in your handout. There are a couple of maps that really, let me find my own notes on this, that sort of characterize some of the other aspects of our competitive environment. So this slide and the next one show a couple of maps. The first map here is from the Tax Foundation that shows states' relative corporate income tax structure. So that takes into effect the single factor formula that Georgia enjoys and not all states in the Southeast enjoys. So you can see from your handout that we are really in a preferable place on that metric. The map on the right that shows states that do and do not tax manufacturing machinery. So you see the majority of states do not tax manufacturing machinery, including Georgia. There are actually a couple of states around us to the west of us that do. So we certainly try and use that to our advantage whenever we can. Next one on the left here, if I got that right, yeah. Which states tax business inventory? Now, this is one where we are at a little bit of a competitive disadvantage because you can see all the gray states that do not tax inventory, including many of the ones around us. Of course, we have the Freeport tax exemption that can be enacted locally, but it's still a little bit of a sensitive subject with companies and probably something that I realize and understand that we're going to be with for a long time going forward. So I'm grateful that we do have the Freeport situation and it does help us. But again, just trying to give you a little bit of an overview. And then the one on the right shows, let's see here, this is effective tax rates for labor-intensive manufacturers. So this is done by the Tax Foundation and KPMG, and it takes expected incentives into the equation in this formula. So again, you can see that Georgia is very favorable. But really, there are so many factors. The cost of electricity, the unionization rate, they all play into our competitive environment and whether companies look at us at all and how often they put Georgia in the mix for their next investment opportunity. All right, here's sort of the last one. Let's see. This is on job tax credits. So if you could see a little bit better, whoops, uh-oh. Okay. You can see here some of the other states that also have job tax credits. And I don't know if visually you can make this out, but what you would see here, what we are seeing, is a greater trend towards trying to take these tax credits and apply them towards payroll withholding to make them more impactful to companies' bottom lines. Really, last slide here is just a look at these incentives that we have talked about. All of these things are important, but I will say this, you know, we have this tier system, we have different levels of credits for tier 1 communities versus 2, 3, and 4. What we see is communities that have leadership, that have sites that they have worked on, that they've purchased, that they've put in place, that have available buildings, that have a professional economic developer. It makes a big difference. And there are some places that you could raise that tax credit to $10,000 or more, and I think they still wouldn't see projects. And if they did, they wouldn't have a product to sell to a company. They wouldn't have an industrial site that has utilities, that has rails, that has the leadership that can extend a property tax abatement program and think about doing some of the other things. And I'm not up here to knock any communities, but I am here to say incentives are really helpful in what we do, and they're very important. But there's a lot of other aspects that really cause the community to go and look at that cause companies rather to go and look at that community in the first place. And I think Pat and I are going to come back after Christopher's presentation, and I'm going to turn the program over to Christopher now. Thank you.
Good deal. I think this will move. You have any objection to me standing up front? Great. So a lot of our team typically refers to us as the sales team and the finance guy. Tom alluded to the fact that I'm going to dig into some of the details specifically around the job tax credit program as was requested. I'm going to just refer to this really quickly before you shift presentations. If you look at this, this almost depicts the job tax credit as kind of the foundation of our incentive programs. And I think, Tom, you would say that I'm correct, that this is perhaps this provides the bulk of the incentives that the state offers, and it's probably the most prolific tool in our toolkit. This is perhaps the most valued tool in our toolkit because this equates to cash. And among the economic development community and certainly the site selectors who are so critical in driving the process, especially on those larger deals, this is more highly valued. And I'll show that in my first slide as well if you'll flip over. So I want to say thank you again for having me. Thank you to the community. DCA is delighted to be a partner with this community on the downtown front. Tommy, you and I work together a lot, not only on the county front, but also in the regional commission, and we're delighted to be here in Elberton and Elbert County. As I said, I've been asked to speak specifically on the job tax credit program and to try to unpack that. This is actually it's a relatively straightforward program, but admittedly, the 8 slides that I have to share with you contain a lot of information. So I'm going to move quickly, and I trust that you will instruct me if you need me to slow down just a bit. So I'm going to start here, and again, I apologize for the graininess of the slides. There is a lot of information on this slide, and I'm not going to unpack it all. I share this primarily to make a distinction, to draw a distinction between state and local incentives which for simplicity's sake, I'm going to refer to as cash. And tax exemptions, which again, for simplicity's sake, I'm going to talk about as credits. And as Tom just shared, in terms of the perceived value, especially among the consulting community, as well as some in our economic development ecosystem, there is a higher perceived value among that's ascribed to cash than to the credits. Two things. You will note that neither one of these is the most important factor in locating jobs on this list. That really comes down to, in every survey that I have seen, workforce, as well as some of the logistics considerations. I joined Pat and Tom in a number of conversations with communities, and it doesn't matter where you are. If you're in South Georgia, if you're in North Georgia, if you're in Europe, if you're in Asia, workforce is the number one consideration. The other thing that I would just highlight here before I leave this slide is that while the consultants do discount credits pretty significantly in their evaluation, if you look over here on the right-hand column, you'll notice that that's not necessarily the case among job creators, among those businesses, the corporate response. In fact, they rated these credits, and this is a survey that came out just earlier this year. They rated these credits higher, the credits higher than cash, and importantly, 86% of the companies that responded to this annual survey indicated that the credits are very important to decisions about where they locate their business. And that doesn't matter if that's an expansion into our state or an expansion within our state. So again, primary reason I'm going to talk about credits because that's what I was asked to speak about, and then I'm going to come back briefly before we offer a couple of suggestions for this group to consider in the coming days and months. And I'm going to just mention one thing about incentives or about cash. So I suspect that most of us are familiar with some iteration of the map on the left-hand side of this page. And this is a simple depiction of Georgia's 159 counties divided into 4 tiers that we know as the job tax credit tier system. On the right-hand side behind me is a graph that outlines the corresponding benefits. And Eddie, I apologize if you can't see around me. That outlines the corresponding benefits to each of those tiers. And we're probably familiar with these, but I'm going to draw your attention to the second and third column, because if you think about the tiers from Tier 4, which would represent the most economically advantaged communities in our state, to Tier 1, which represents the most economically disadvantaged communities in our state, the value or the amount of the tax credit increases from a level of $1,250 per job per year for 5 years to a level of $4,000 per job per year for 5 years in ascending order from Tier 4 to Tier 1. In descending order, the number of jobs that are required to qualify for the credit it goes from 25 jobs for Tier 4 down to 2 new jobs for Tier 1 communities. So with 2 new jobs in an existing business that expands in that community or that locates into that community, you may qualify for these $4,000 in credits. An important aspect of the system, and Tom alluded to this, this is the foundation for many of the offers that the state would put together. This is also the foundation for the offers that our local economic development developers. You're going to hear from GEDA later. We participate in a statewide economic development ecosystem, and there are counties across the state who are committed to economic development, that have local economic developers. And this is a statutory tool, so this is available to them. It's also available to that company that's expanding, that was a client of my former firm, when I ran a 160-person accounting firm. You didn't have to work with the local economic developers. You just had to know how to work the system. It's a statutory credit. In any event, the value of the credit and the number of jobs are the primary mechanisms. This chart also depicts a little bit about the usage of credits. I will just mention that for the more economically disadvantaged communities, there are some additional benefits that have been put in place over the years that enable those communities either to apply the credit to 100% of your corporate tax liability as opposed to 50% in the Tier 3 and Tier 4 communities, or in some cases apply that to withholding tax, which Tom alluded to. That equates to cash, and that's a highly valued tool. The one other thing I will note on this page is the fact that these numbers that you see represent or include a $500 Joint Development Authority bonus that the legislature enacted in 1995. Now you might ask, well, Christopher, why did you bake that into these numbers as opposed to breaking it out? In fact, today, I believe that there are only 5 or 6 counties in the state that don't participate in a joint development authority. So in practical terms, the economic development community views this as the tier system, although you could actually subtract out $500 if you look at the statutory base. So we get a lot of questions every year, every time we sit down with economic developers, every time I pass one of you in the hall about the job tax credit system. And so I want to spend a few minutes talking about and addressing some of those questions. And the first question that comes up often is, what's the intent of the job tax credit? What's the purpose? What's the underlying policy objective? Now, admittedly, I was not involved in the 1991 to 1994 time period when this program was phased in 25 years ago. Some of you may have been, and I look forward to those conversations. I have spoken with a number of people who were involved in the original implementation process, and the intended policy objective, the objective that was that we attempted to address, that you attempted to address with this program at its inception, was really to incentivize job creation in Georgia's most economically distressed counties. And we'll talk about that when I talk about the methodology in just a moment. But I think we can't ignore a practical element that took place at that point in time. And during that exact same time period, our governor then hired a gentleman named Mac Holliday, who came to Georgia. He was an economic developer who came to Georgia from South Carolina by way of the state of Mississippi. And it's interesting to note that the core elements of our job tax credit system include elements that you find in the tax credit systems, in the job tax credits of those two states, of South Carolina and Mississippi, as well as other states that we'll talk about. So I don't think that we can entirely ignore perhaps a secondary objective, which was, as Tom talked or showed on his last slide, to provide a competitive framework for economic development across the state, at the local level, which Kevin Shea from GEDA will talk about later, at the state level, et cetera. Now, it would be incorrect to assume that this is a program that is 25 years old, that is outdated, and that is entirely stale, because over the past 25 years, almost annually, either through statute or rule, this program has been adapted, enhanced, and tweaked. And I'm not going to go through, you can read a list of a handful of enhancements that I included here, but there are literally dozens, if not hundreds, of enhancements that have taken place over the life of this program. Most of these address two things. One is enhancing the value to rural communities. The second is ensuring that this program continues to keep pace with Georgia's targeted industries. So there are industries that are outlined and highlighted in the legislation and then subsequently in the rules, and so ensuring that those industries are keep pace with the economic development prospects. So with that, the next area that we get lots of questions is talk about the methodology. How does the tier system work? And it's actually fairly prescribed in statute how the tier system works. There are three criteria: unemployment, per capita income, and poverty rate. The statute prescribes the data sources to be used to determine those, and it prescribes that those are equally weighted. So it's a fairly, for those who didn't go to Florida State and did have to take a little math, Tom, it's a fairly straightforward process that our team goes through every December once that data comes out, and they evaluate. Okay, here's the ranking, and then once you get to 1 through 159, those counties are assigned to one of four tiers. You'll note that Tier 1 represents the most economically disadvantaged 71 counties in the state. That's roughly half of the counties in the state. In fact, that tier is subsegmented into a group called the bottom 40 that has one additional benefit beyond Tier 1, and we can talk about that if you're interested. But 50% of the counties in the state are assigned Tier 1 status. A further 20% are Tier 2, 20 more percent are Tier 3, and a little more than 10% of the counties in the state, or the 18 remaining counties, are assigned Tier 4 status, which is the most economically advantaged parts of the state. It's fairly straightforward. So that's really it on the methodology. One additional piece that is worth noting is an addition or an enhancement that was offered up by the legislature and enacted in the year 2000, and that is the wage base requirement. As I understand it, the policy objective here was that if the state aims to, so a job is a job, that's a fact. But if the state is going to incentivize that job creation, that it should aim to address these three core objectives, primarily per capita income. So today, when that was enacted, the wage base was determined as the average weekly wage in your county. 159 counties, here's the average weekly wage. That was subsequently changed to its current state, and the wage base for the state is set based on the average weekly wage in the county with the lowest average weekly wage. And that number is $484 a week, or $12.10 an hour. That's the methodology. Pretty straightforward. I'm just going to touch on one other question that comes up frequently, and that is pretty much every January 1st, when the tier ranking comes out, I have a conversation with many of you, and we reach out proactively to the GEDA community, certainly to our regional teams, to ensure that communities understand, that communities that experience change understand that. But the question is, why does my tier change? And really it comes down to one of two things. The first is typically seen over longer term periods, and that is the real fundamental economic conditions in your community have changed. And I can tell you for a fact that we have a number of examples in this state where that is the case. In fact, if you look at the original bottom 40 counties back in the 1994 ranking, 9 of those have realized permanent change, not only out of the bottom 40, but out of Tier 1. 7 of those communities are now solidly in Tier 2, so that's not moving from, 39 to 40, or 40 to 41. That's moving from 30 to 90 in the annual ranking. And 2 of those communities have actually moved out of the bottom 40 solidly into Tier 3. And both of those counties have taken advantage in a concerted way to leverage the assets in that community, to invest in their community, to invest in economic development, and to grow. So one way you change is through real change. But the other way that we experience change, and this happens to 16 to 20 counties a year, is change through relativity. Half of those counties move up, half of those counties move down, half of them are elated for no reason of their own making, half of them are very disappointed, again, for no reason of their own making. I had a conversation with Representative Houston a couple of years ago because one of the counties that she represented moved out of the bottom 40. And we had a long conversation. They had moved from number 39 to number 41. And I explained the methodology. I explained some tools that we have in place to help these communities that experience this relative change. And then I assured her that absent any fundamental change in the community, that I would bet that through the law of averaging, that they would regain bottom 40 status within 2 years. It happened the next year, from 39 to 41 back to 40. So there's a lot of relative change because this is a relative ranking. I'm not going to talk about the last piece, but I do get a lot of questions. I know Pat and Tom do as well. My county's Tier 1, why is nothing happening? Look, as Tom said, the job tax, you could have a job tax credit of $10,000 a job, and that's not going to help if you don't have fundamentals in the community that are addressing change. I alluded to the fact when I talked about the South Carolina and Mississippi job tax credits that there are many other states that have these programs, as many as 40 that currently have a program. There is no perfect job tax program. There are no 2 programs that mirror one another. The fundamentals, however, are very similar in terms of the core criteria that they're based off of. Many of them use a tier system, but all of the programs are designed to to address the best needs in the state. And I think that's what y'all have done since the program was created. Again, I'll share these slides later. I find that maybe the best way to understand the impact that a program like this has on the state is to look at its usage. Admittedly, before going through this exercise, I had not. We don't. There's not a map that gets populated every month that shows the usage. In fact, we all appreciate this is taxpayer data. So my business used either my accountant or my team files a tax return. That's protected taxpayer information. So I can talk anecdotally about who uses this program, but I can't speak definitively to who actually utilizes the program. But the Department of Revenue does give us some data annually on the overall usage of the program. And so I went back and I had my team map the job tax credit usage from the 2010 to 2016 time period. And I found this to be very interesting. If you look at the top, so on this map that's hard for you to see, but you'll have in your packet, the deep orange represents the highest users, those communities that have used the job tax credit the most. Of the 14 counties that fall into that grouping, you will note that, 4 of those are in Metro Atlanta, and the other 10 are spread, really all across the state. I can't tell you who is using the job tax credits the most in Coffee County, but I can bet. I can't tell you in Troup and Meriwether who's driving that usage, but again, I think you can look at this and you can say, okay, that actually does make sense from a gut check standpoint. Again, I'll share this with you because I think to me, this was very interesting to look at the usage of the job tax credit across the state. In fact, over that time period, there are 120 counties who have had some job creator that has tapped into this credit and utilized the credit. So as I was looking at this, I started to think about, going back to my first slide, talking about credits and then talking about state and local incentives. We don't control the local incentives, and that's a big piece of the offer that you showed. But I did go back and look over the last 5 years at the state incentives, not the credits, but the incentives that have been put into play at the direction of our governor. And this slide represents over the past 5 years, incentives that have been deployed in counties across the state. The green on this chart represents $2+ million in governor-directed incentives. The blue is $1.5 million to $2 million, and on down. And I think you can see that this is fairly well dispersed across the state. I found this interesting. I just wanted to share this with you as we wrap up talking about credits and incentives. And then I'm sure we'll be happy to take questions, but Pat and Tom and I do have a couple of suggestions that we'd love to share with the group. So you want us to jump into suggestions, or how would you?
Let's hear suggestions first, and then
Okay.
we'll have questions.
Y'all are tired of hearing from me. Pat?
All right, so we spent some time talking to our team, talking to consultants, talking to people that we work with in the communities. These are some of the underlying issues that we want to make sure that we consider. How are we going to tangibly help rural areas? There's some themes that you as a committee and that we've heard over the years that I think that we wanted to bring to the table. We didn't want to create any adverse consequences. As Christopher said, in the tier system, of course, because it's all relative, if you figure out a way to address one tier, ultimately there are consequences in that system. There are, at the end of the day, 159 counties, and when somebody wins, somebody in their mind loses. And so we have to keep that in mind. Regional cooperation. This is something that is very near and dear to my heart, because whether it was policy working out of the governor's office or economic development, regional cooperation is the key to moving forward. And I mentioned this the last time that I was in front of you guys. We had a project that we won in Georgia, and I asked the consultant afterwards, what would you change about the process? And he said, man, you guys have too many counties. And, we all know 159 counties, that's a lot. And he wasn't saying necessarily to consolidate counties. He was saying that we, as Georgians, need to work better together across county lines. And I know that's hard, but we're trying to figure out ways that we can incentivize that piece. And then, of course, be responsible with taxpayer dollars. I mean, we take that very seriously. I think you saw even in the slide where we talked about the discretionary incentive, that is approved by the governor himself. And, we take into account the real-time investment and the return on that investment. That's very serious to us. And then, of course, there's no silver bullet in this process, and we really want to keep this simple. There's no reason to make this more complex than it has to be. So to promote regional cooperation, this has been, again, I go back to this. You look at some of the areas that are doing economic development well. This area, for years I laughed that Franklin and Stevens and Hart, you could not, because they hated each other on the football field on a Friday night, we couldn't work together on Monday morning to bring business here. And so they formed that joint development authority, and it's working out. They have profit sharing. They're working together on utilities, and that's legitimate. This site in Stanton Springs is something that this is probably the most. This site has these counties. It's 4 counties: Newton, Walton, Morgan, and Jasper went together in a profit sharing agreement years ago, and so this site is now full. You have Baxter, which is now Shire, which has an 1,800 person biopharmaceutical facility there, and now Facebook, which has landed there, and they are going to take the majority of what's left. This site is paid off now, but it took a lot of leadership to make this investment in the beginning. This site sat empty for a while, and I know for a fact that communities and leadership in those communities took a lot of heat for that site sitting empty.
Hey, how long did it sit empty? 'Cause I think everybody.
12 years? 15, 12 years, somewhere in there.
People need to understand that it's not something that's going to happen immediately.
That's right.
That's the reason I asked that.
That's exactly right, Chairman. It's just because you have the site does not mean that the project is coming the next day. But you can't get the project without the site. There's an issue there. So we sat down as a group and tried to figure out what we can do to incentivize communities to do this. We know that not every community has the economic ability to invest in a site. But generally, across the state, there's one community in a region that has a little more ability to incentivize and work on sites. So how can we as a state get a region to form around that, and a true region? So right now we have a joint development tax credit, and a lot of people use that. It's a $500 bonus on your jobs tax credit if you have a joint development authority. Every county in the state, except for 2, are members of a joint development authority. That does not mean that they are working together, but they have a piece of paper that shows that they are members of the development authority. So we're trying to figure out a way that the state, instead of incentivizing a piece of paper, can incentivize communities to actually work together. Using this example of profit sharing, Newton County, Walton County, Morgan County, Jasper County, based on their revenues, they split up the profits. They invested in this site, and as the site is full, they're able to now, there's a long-term check that's going to come back based on their split. So we thought it would be great if we could use that as a model, and communities that come together and form a profit-sharing authority. And what we decided to call it is a Regional Economic Development Authority. We would give them a $1,000 bonus on their jobs tax credits. And these are multi-county agreements. But the key is it has to be provable. And so there would have to be a document that I believe DCA and Department of Revenue can see. But we as a state really need to do a better job of incentivizing these communities to come together. There are a couple of benefits in that. And we've talked about sites a lot, but we need better sites in this state. This is something that Tom and his team wrestle with every day. We get these RFIs in, and we've got South Carolina and Alabama that are offering free land and graded sites. And that's impressive. We don't have graded sites. We rarely have land that is going to be offered free. So a lot of times we're playing from behind to begin with. So getting communities to invest in sites, that's one thing. But the other piece that we continue to talk about is workforce. A company is not going to come to your community if they don't feel that they can find the workforce they need for the next 20 years. And unfortunately, we try to tell a workforce story that's very county specific. And I love my Northeast Georgia area up here, but the day that I'm trying to sell Franklin County as the home and I'm basing a workforce on 16,000 people, is a day that I can't bring that project to Franklin County. But if we talk about Elbert, Hart, Franklin, and Stevens as a region, then you've got a base there that you're pulling enough people to employ a great company. So regional approach.
One thing that I
Let's
would
see.
add here, if you can hear me.
What did I do?
In order to encourage the best site in that region, as opposed to the most economically advantageous or credit advantageous site, we also would suggest that the benefits such as that county with the most advantageous tier rating be able to share that tier rating with a site. So let's say, for example, Tom alluded to the fact that many companies want to be within 2 miles or 10 miles of the interstate. If you were to look, let's just say for sake of discussion, at Brooks, Lowndes, Eccles, that part of the state, you're probably not going to locate the site in Eccles County. You're probably going to put it within close proximity to the interstate in order to attract those jobs. But if you could, if part of that regional economic development authority, if you could assign that tier rating, precisely to the site, we think that would be another advantageous bonus.
That's right. And I'm going to work from bottom to top on this slide, and because one of the things, the first thing down here at the bottom, the Quality Job Tax Credit, when we did the competitiveness initiative in 2011, one of the things that came out of this is figuring out a way to incentivize better paying jobs in rural Georgia. And one of the items that the governor's policy shop came out with was lowering the threshold on qualification of quality jobs tax credits in rural counties. So right now, in order to get that quality jobs tax credit, which is 110% of the lowest wage, you have to create 50 jobs. And we all know that creating 50 jobs in rural counties is not easy. We're going to find some projects that do, but most of the time it's in Tier 1, Tier 2 counties, 5, 10, 15 job range. Quality Jobs Tax Credit is a fantastic tax credit, and it does impact locations. So one of the suggestions we had is taking that thought from the Competitiveness Initiative, and let's define that in Tier 1 and Tier 2, and do a 5-job threshold in Tier 1 and a 10-job threshold in Tier 2. So if you create 5 jobs in Tier 1, you can actually, that are above the average wage of the community, then you're going to be able to take that Quality Jobs Tax Credit, which is a higher tax credit, and it's payroll withholding. I think that would be a big, in fact, when we were looking to, and I take you back to that competitiveness initiative, one of the thoughts was that we would streamline the tier system and basically roll Tier 1 and Tier 2 together, Tier 3 and Tier 4 together. One of the thoughts in making that easier on Tier 1 was just this, because we thought that in talking to communities, in talking to economic developers, and in talking to consultants, they believed this would have a bigger impact on Tier 1 than any of the other items that we were proposing. Rural manufacturing incentive. So if you are a manufacturing project and you're looking in rural Georgia, we thought that it would be great if we could assign in Tier 1 and Tier 2 a $500 per job bonus to the jobs tax credit, and just to make it a little more incentivized to look at those lower tier counties. And then to get back to what Christopher was talking about earlier, in our jobs tax credit, there is a minimum threshold that you have to meet on wages in order to be able to take advantage of a jobs tax credit. Right now, that is $12.10 per hour. This one's been tougher for me to get my arms around, and I'm just going to go ahead and lay that out there. We have for a long time, focused on raising the wage rates across the state. But there are some counties where a job is a job is a job, and we need development. And so figuring out a way to incentivize those companies that are looking in some of our really poorest regions of the state, the bottom 40, we thought it would be great to base this on minimum wage in your bottom 40. And we came up with a multiplier so that you're above minimum wage. But in your bottom 40 counties, that would be times 1.25. Our current minimum wage, $7.25. And so we would put that threshold at $9.06. In tier 1 and tier 2, the multiplier is 1.5, and so that takes it up to 10.88 cents, $10.88. This really is a way to address some of the issues we've seen with companies being able to take the credit. The goal would be that they would take the credit in the beginning, and eventually they would get to a point where they are raising wages. And so we're not sure exactly how to follow that on right now, and we've been discussing this. Maybe it's that you look at this credit again in 3 years. Maybe it's every 3 years that multiplier goes up. I'm not sure exactly how we would address that, but that we wanted to put that out there for discussion because we do see this as a hole in our current jobs tax credit structure. And I think those are the 4 items that we wanted to talk about. So, Chairman.
So you're using a multiplier of whatever the government wage is?
That's right.
I'm sure we're going to have some questions. I'd like to start out with Christopher. Number 1, I would like to congratulate you for surviving your encounter with Representative Houston.
We've all been there, Chairman.
Ask Jay about it.
You didn't have to do that. Pat, you know that there has been some frustration in rural Georgia that, we don't know what'll work, we don't know what'll move the needle, so we've been throwing stuff at the wall and hoping that something sticks. For example, we did like a 5% bump on the music tax credit on post-production, and I think most recently in the data center legislation. Right. And so my question is that now that y'all have had a chance to look at this, are any of those things going to move the needle, or do we need to give them time to see if they're going to move the needle, because they were not based on any kind of data, any kind of input, other than we felt the need to do something?
Right. Chairman, I feel your frustration. Every year I feel like we get a number of items that people say that are going to make, this is going to make a difference, this is going to make a change. The one thing that I would suggest is to give it time. None of these things are going to make a drastic change overnight. And we as a department need to have time to market them. The community, the consultant community, business community, we have to get that information out there. And so all those things are now in our incentives brochures, and they're part of our marketing materials. So that I would just recommend that we give it a little time to see what impact that it will have.
Okay. Then a follow-up to that is we give those things time and then analyze them later. But we do have incentives already in place, whether it's for rural Georgia or for everywhere in the state of Georgia, that have been in place for quite a number of years. Do y'all periodically go back and say, this is really not doing anything, we need to scrap this and use those resources somewhere else?
We have, Chairman. I think the key for us is, when we work these projects with consultants, and we spend a lot of time and effort getting to know the consultant community, that's something that we ask them all the time. Are there tax credits that are more meaningful? Are there incentives that are more meaningful Is there something else we can be doing to make ourselves more competitive? I believe right now that we are on a very competitive foot statewide with our projects, mainly because we've invested in things that truly make a difference, which is right here, the technical college, our university system. All of those things, I think, we laugh, we never feel like Georgia has to be number one on the balance sheet for any project because we have invested in all the other intangibles. If we're within 80% on a balance sheet for a company, I feel like we're going to win that project because of the port, the airport. But when it comes to the tax structure that we have and the incentives we have on the table, I feel like we're very competitive.
Then my last question is this. We've got a lot of tax credits out there, whether it's quality jobs tax credits or I think Jason Shaw had a tax credit out there for incentivizing agriculturally related rural business opportunities. And we do different things with them. You can use it against payroll taxes. You can sell it or you can't sell it, or it's transferable, or it's not transferable, or it's carried forward for up to 10 years. And are those things that we've just done on an ad hoc basis just because that was what was in the legislation? Or is there rhyme or reason as to why some of these things are transferable one time or transferable multiple times, or applicable only to income tax or only to, may be available for payroll taxes?
Right.
I know I've heard from in the wood products industry, there are several manufacturers in the state of Georgia that do not have any income tax liability because they actually do part of their processing here and then ship it somewhere else for the further processing to be done, and it may be that unit that actually declares that they have income from the sale of it. And so they don't get any benefit in Georgia from the
Right.
income tax credit, yet they can't sell it and they can't apply it to payroll. And my question is, do we need to look at that and see if there's something that we could do to tweak that to make those more valuable, because wood products is important.
Right, absolutely. Now, we just did our board meeting in Forsyth. Our last board meeting was in Forsyth.
Did you get an earful?
We got an earful, absolutely. They are passionate about the wood industry, and they should be. The impact on the state economy is huge. The chairman, that's a great question, and as far as transferable tax credits go, I believe that and I'm no tax attorney, so I'll just tell you from anecdotally, I believe that we have a great system right now. One of the reasons our film tax credits are so valuable and why the film industry is growing so much is that we don't have a lot of transferable tax credits. So that value is going to be higher. As soon as you flood the system, flood the market with transferable credits, that value on the film tax credit goes down. And so I generally am against looking at additional transferable credits. But your point is well taken in that we've done a great job of lowering our effective corporate tax rate. If you were making something in this state and you were selling it outside of the state, you're probably not going to have a corporate tax liability. And that's a great thing. And so, there's a balance that we need to strike here, because sometimes when I hear companies say, well, I can't take advantage of that. Well, you can't take advantage of it because we've created an environment where you don't have any taxes. But there is value, I think, because we're seeing it in our surrounding states, of looking at payroll withholding. Payroll withholding is ultimately cash in the pocket of the company. And one of the things, that's what's made our Tier 1 tax credits valuable, is because it's against payroll withholding. So being able to, I do think as we look at things to make us, I guess, an even more attractive place to do business, being able to put some of these tax credits toward payroll withholding that's a positive thing. But in general, the transferable tax credits, I think, I think we've got a great system as it stands.
All right, we're going to get copies of all this, is that correct? Okay. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank y'all for having this presentation. It's really enlightening and something I really wanted. And thank y'all gentlemen for these presentations. It really gives me a lot of comfort to know. But I got several questions. Would y'all entertain another lower tier? Chris, you mentioned so many counties, it's been more than 5 years that they've had a project. What about a tier
Zero.
of 0 or -1 for those counties that have not had a project in more than 5 years, and it's a lot of them. I see you. I think, Chris, you've given me some information, and you mentioned, Tom, you didn't think 10,000 would even move the needle. What about trying 10,000? If it doesn't move, it doesn't cost the state a dime, and see what the heck happens. Put some real huge incentive for some of these counties that are losing population. Maybe tweak the calculation for some of these tiers. We heard about so many counties losing population that might even be a tier 2 or 3, and I think we need to really do something to move the needle. That, and so find out what that number is for some of these really hurting counties. The other thing is, you talk about job credits. You don't have workforce. What about incentives for investment instead of jobs? You don't want to incentivize a lot of job creation in some of these counties that don't have the workforce. What about incentives for companies to invest large amounts for low job creation jobs? So some ideas. I'd love your take on those.
So I'd need to think about the latter. On the first point, I'm not going to pretend to be the policymakers. That's y'all's job, right? Tom shared that, in some cases, in terms of business attraction, $10,000 is not going to attract. I don't know what that number is. I think that the fundamentals that he's talking about, which are, community investment, looking at the demographics in your community and what that can target and how to best target, developing a regional approach, all of those things, that's what's going to attract. So that's worth taking a look at. Point of clarification, because I think that I actually think this is a common misperception. When I showed that chart that you're referring to, which is the last 5 years, a jobs announcement that comes out of Department of Economic Development does not equal an incentive award. I think Tom would tell you that probably fewer than 10% of the new jobs announcements involve an incentive award. All of them are can apply to the statutory job tax credit, but we don't incentivize those. And so the first map that Pat shared, which is last year's jobs announcement, is the better reference tool than the one that you were referring to. And if you wanted to do 5 years of that, you would need to just get Dana to give you 5 years of that data. But I can think about the last part of your question a little bit more. I don't have a good off the cuff response. The other piece on the policy side, we'd love to sit down and have a conversation with you about.
Chairman, I'd just say that as far as the investment versus jobs, this is something we've wrestled with since the jobs tax credit was put in place, and that really goes back to when we as a state started incentivizing projects. We have just placed more importance, just because of the incentive, on the job than on the investment. The reason being is jobs transform people's lives generationally, while that investment is a 1, 2, 3 times spend. And so it would be I'm not saying that it's not the right thing to do in some counties, but it would be a change in how we as a state have looked at the importance of jobs and investment. Ultimately, I think the key for us as you look at these policies is we've wanted to help communities turn that current cycle and get out of that being stuck in that vicious cycle. And the only way you do that, if you want to, people follow jobs. And if you look at the migration that's happened out of rural Georgia, I mean, that's happening in rural Alabama and in rural South Carolina. I mean, what Chairman England could tell us when we went to China, it's happening in rural China. They're leaving the bread basket and they're moving into cities. But they're following jobs. And so the only way that you can incentivize that people to stay home is figure out a way to get jobs in a rural community. So there's a balance there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we talk about incentives for new jobs, but have you talked or thought about incentives for current jobs? Manufacturers, employers have been in our state for 5, 10, 20 years that have had hard times that need some help. It's always about new. What about the ones that have been hanging around? And I bring that up because I know we've had storms in South Georgia and tornadoes, and some of those industries down there were totally destroyed and wiped out. And they could have moved somewhere else and started over and gotten new tax credits and new things, and our state doesn't allow them, I don't think, to do that. So they could have moved, and we could have lost those jobs in rural Georgia, but thank goodness they stayed. So just didn't know if you thought about that area of what about what's already out there and how can we help them?
Yeah, I'll take a swing at it first, and I have to say that it takes great corporate partners to reinvest like we saw happen in Southwest Georgia, and I was down for the Coates and Clark announcement or grand opening a few weeks ago, and that's, that company could have picked up and left and gone to Alabama, just like you say, and gotten tax credits. It's statutorily, the way it's written is you have to look at net new jobs to the state. The way you incentivize current job growth in companies who continue to employ is, by creating a tax environment that makes sense for them to continue to stay in Georgia. And I am not sure exactly how you would incentivize current employment because, the line, every company that's within in this entire state would line up for that tax credit. But I do think in the case of, the companies that were destroyed in Southwest Georgia, that's a great example. I'm not sure exactly what that incentive would look like, but I think that's worth looking at as a committee for companies that are, whether it's 50% destruction or 25% destruction, that they reinvest and they stay at home. Maybe there's an opportunity there.
I'm not going to repeat what he just said, but I would echo that. And I do think that we don't have, that was a great example when the federally declared disasters, came through. We don't have an arrow in the quiver, that says, okay, how do you go and help the community retain the jobs, that were impacted by, the tornadoes, that destroyed the facilities. But, Tom's point about, incentives and kind of where they factor into the equation on the upside down, pie chart. Before you got to incentives, you talked about community, that can do, get it done perspective. And that's what kept Coates and Clark in Albany, was a community in Dougherty County that said, we're gonna make this work. And I think that's the kind of atmosphere, and as well as the overall tax structure in the state, that makes us an attractive place. And so I echo what Pat said. That would be something good to take a look at.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments on the regionalism. I remember Darrell Moore telling us at our first meeting ever in Tifton, everybody loves that, but then the question when all the cameras are gone is, where are you cutting the ribbon at? And sometimes we gotta get past that. You talked about the grants being the money aspect, and you have and how important that is, but you have no control over the local dollars or lack thereof of the local incentives on cash. Is there anything that you can think of statewide that might be able to provide us with a meaningful match, where the state, instead of offering some kind of incentives, would also offer cash to match the local, to give the locals an incentive to put cash in it, maybe perhaps through their SPLOST?
Chairman, that's that local piece is becoming more and more important. And you know, we're somewhat in the southeast because of the environment, the tax environment, the low union environment, in a nuclear arms race of incentives. And for years, communities did not participate in that. And so wrapping a community's head around, all right, so now I've bought the land, I've put the utilities there, and now I got to give cash too.
I'm trying to, they have no excuse if they don't raise the 10 million on their own through SPLOST or 5 million or whatever. I mean,
well,
they don't know what they don't know, and I'm trying to find an incentive to get them to say, do it
I
this
agree.
way.
So, and that's generally from the governor's point of view. When we have talked about incentives on projects, the governor always wants to know, what is the community doing on this? And so we are always going to match, at least match what the community is doing on their projects. And so when we're working with the community, we say that too, is that, you know, but it's not our job to tell a community what to put in. The state can't do that.
And finally, Mr. Chairman, you may know this. Is there anything that prohibits them from putting something in their local SPLOST that must be used exclusively for that? If we said you must or you can do 0.25%, and I know those budgets are tight and they want to use it on other things, but is there anything that prohibits them from being able to use it for that?
I mean, I wouldn't think so. The thing you've always got to be concerned about is steering clear of violations of the gratuities clause. But anything beyond that you can do to incentivize things, you know, I'm not sure that there'd be a prohibition. We'd have to rewrite the code because you've got to have a project list.
Yeah.
And so if you were
How
to
can
do
you
something other than the project list, it would have to be in the code.
And my point was, what if you didn't have a project list because of, to Chairman England's point, it takes so much time? I'd almost like them to look at, let's put X amount away every year for 10 years, and then when it does come, we've got it available. And I don't know if that's realistic.
So we were just discussing, I believe that there are examples where that actually takes place today, although it may be allocation of millage. But I think you're getting to, you know, the point about, you know, that local community and participation, and Pat's absolutely right. When we sit down and discuss a project, it's fascinating. It really is. When we talk about, you know, I'm committed to economic development. You know, what that looks like when it comes down to an offer. You know, it's fascinating to sit there with the governor and look at, you know, some communities that you would expect to step up that, you know, maybe don't. And you look at some that you would be shocked that they even have the capacity to step up, and they do. You know, so that matters, and I think that there's some tools. We need to go back and take a look, because I believe there's an example where general economic development projects exist in a
Well,
in a SPLOST.
along those same lines, let me ask you this. As I understand it, one of the things that the local communities can do are tax abatements. But you can only do it if the local development authority actually owns the project and then either leases it back or it's under a bond or phantom bond. But a lot of companies don't necessarily want to go through all that hassle, and especially for smaller projects, it doesn't make sense to hire a bonding attorney to do all of that. Is there anything that we could do to existing law that would allow local governments to grant tax abatements without having to go through development authorities?
Christopher ran away.
The authority has to sell the bond, don't they?
Just when you think somebody's in the foxhole with you. So, Chairman, I would be interested to look into that a little more, because it is one of the issues that we hear most about. Try explaining to a Japanese company, a German company, a Chinese company that no, we're going to own that land and we're going to lease that back. It's tough, and we don't have.
Doesn't have to be just a foreign company.
That's right. No, you're absolutely right.
One from Ohio doesn't understand it either.
Well, our competitor states don't have the same limitations, but you know, because of the gratuities clause of the Constitution, it really limits our flexibility But if there are some options, I would love to look at some of those options. I would commit our team to working with your folks and looking at that.
Changing the subject just a little bit, and then I'll throw it back open for questions. Christopher, in the original presentation, the restrictions on being able to get rid of these downtown buildings and put them back on the tax rolls, is there something we can do about that?
Yeah, I was really interested in that discussion, and I made a note back there to follow up. As I understood it, that probably is capitalized with CDBG, federal CDBG dollars initially as part of that revolving loan fund. That's something we can take a hard look at. I know that there are restrictions on public use that are federal restrictions that HUD puts in place, but we have taken a look at that within the last 2 years. I was going to mention when you asked the question about credits, we do constantly look at our rules and look at our programs to ensure that we are making them user-friendly and effective. And that was one area that we did look hard at on at least reducing the requirement on the public use, to stay within the federal rules, but also to be a little bit more flexible. So I'll follow up on that.
Questions?
I've got one that's for Jasper's. I'm from up in the mountains, a little bit different question. It's a little bit of a whine, and feel sorry for me a little bit, because my community would just be remiss and mad at me if I didn't bring this up, in that, a lot of the outside edge counties of where I'm at, in Jasper and Ellijay and, Murray County, ones have really, they're high wealth because people leave those counties to go work. They're in their cars at 5 o'clock in the morning going into metro Atlanta. And, that puts them high wealth. I mean, and plus they got a move-in group that's pushed it up. But when you look at, just the free lunch numbers, indicates high poverty. And, and they're out of town. And that really puts these mountain counties in a crack with this thing, with the tier system, because they really can't qualify. I mean, the county I live in is tier 4, but 60% free lunch, but, and gosh, I forget the number of people on the road every day leaving our counties to work in the northern arc. And they rake me over the coals every time this tier thing comes up, and job creation and growth. And I'm sure all the other counties have the same issue. I'm just here to want to talk about it. But I just love to hear what you say, and said besides tough.
How do you say that? No,
Sorry.
No, look, this is a question that comes up frequently in different forms. So we're part of GEDA, and we have an ongoing dialogue with local economic developers, and it's fascinating. It's not fair to my county because has lots of permutations. I'll tell you that all of the tier 4 counties believe that it's not fair to the metro areas. Lots of the border counties feel that there's it's not fair to the border. All of the counties who have a large retirement population, or as you described, I don't know that there is a great easy solution to that, and it is one that we have looked hard at. I mean, certainly there's some benefit to the community to have that wealth existing in the community, spending dollars in the community, driving that community. But there are
But that doesn't necessarily happen like in Brooks County.
right.
You've got a lot of folks who live in Daugherty.
Right.
They shop in Daugherty.
That's right.
They're Daugherty, or lounge centric. And yet they live there because they want to have a mini estate or 5 acres or whatever it may be.
Right.
But they've got nothing to do with Brooks County. Could you not put in an additional factor to at least mitigate that to some extent by using what Rick's talking about as far as the free and reduced lunch population?
We can certainly look at that. The day, yeah, of course, absolutely. When I say could, it's already processing, Jay. I already got that one. So one thing that I would, I wanted to share. What's that? That's right. We're a good team. We're a good team. One thing that I would share that you guys put in place, and this was actually back in 1994.
I wasn't there then.
I know.
Is this
So-
a good you guys or a bad?
This is good.
Okay.
But I didn't get into some of the complexities of this program, but every year, and I will say that data is, is one of the challenges that we'll look at, but every year, after we go through that whole exercise that I described, and because not all of the data that is prescribed is available at the census tract level, we use one substitute set of data to do the exact same calculation for every census tract in the state. And so there is a tool known as the Less Developed Census Tract that was created, again, by the legislature to say, if we have a set of contiguous census tracts that demonstrate all of the criteria that a Tier 1 county exhibits, but that or exist in a county that is not Tier 1, we will also designate them with the exact same Tier 1 benefits. And so if you look at this map with the pink being Tier 1 and the dark pink being the less developed census tracts, there is a tool, and we can look and see if there are more tools, but there is already a tool that attempts to address that issue that is a kind of a lesser known enhancement to this program. So
I think I speak for everybody on the committee that the amount of thought that y'all have put into this issue is greatly appreciated. And the fact that we've got two agencies that are collaborating and working together and contributing to this discussion is greatly appreciated. We thank y'all for what y'all have done. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've fallen pretty far behind on the schedule, so what we're gonna do, everyone seems to have found the restrooms and kind of moving about and taking a break on your own, so we're gonna continue on with our program. And our next presenter is Miss Peggy Jolly, and she's president of Live Oak Concepts Incorporated, but Peggy has met with us on a couple of different occasions. I think we first heard from her in Albany last year. Jay and Sam and I have met with her on another occasion, just kind of talking through some of these ideas. And I think you all figured out and found from her presentation in Albany last year that she is a lady that knows of which she speaks. And so we've asked her to come back and talk to us a little bit today about some alternatives on what we were just talking about on some of the incentives for rural Georgia and trying to develop jobs and economic development there. So, Ms. Peggy, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me. Is this on? Okay. I know some of my peers in the audience are shaking because they know I say whatever I want. And I'm retired for the most part, work for myself, so I can. So after 30 years in the business, I was around 25 years ago when Senator Jack Hill went around the state and had the hearings for the job tax credits. So I was there at the beginning. I do kind of understand where it came from. And at the time when Zell Miller bought into it and enacted it, took it on, it was truly one of the most innovative programs Georgia had had in economic development ever. However, it was 25 years ago, and not many of us have a business plan that's 25 years old that we still follow. So basically, I'm going to sort of tear down some of the stuff, or ask you to consider a whiteboard that you're starting over. And Ron Stevens had a wonderful legislation passed for film tax credits that's very simplified, very direct, and gives to the companies what they need. And that's what we need to start thinking about with our incentives totally. But I've been asked to speak mostly about regionalism, and I had some slides, but I don't know if they're going to be up. So who's in charge of getting? Okay.
I think he was counting on the break that we're not having.
Okay. All right. So what I was asked to speak on was regionalism and alternatives to how you incentivize that. But I also want to touch on tiers, on the role of region commissions and the role of agriculture, because I know that's some of the topics that you're considering. I help manage the Southeast Georgia Alliance, which is 6 counties that are between Savannah and Jacksonville, from McIntosh to Camden and over to Wayne and Charlton and Brantley and Glenn. So those are our 6 counties. And what's significant about this organization, and we've been told that we set the bar for the state as far as a region organization or alliance, is that we're self-funded. We get no funding from government. We have a contract that from the rail company that we built a rail and enhanced it through grant funds that we've now leveraged into an annual income for the alliance. But so we've learned a lot over the last 10 years on what really makes it work. And one is leadership, and you've heard today that how important leadership development is. And as an aside, I will say I hope that we find a way for rural Georgia to fund leadership programs that are not so expensive and that are effective. Rural communities can't afford $750 a half day to get some leadership training. We've got to figure out a way to do that. But anyway, to form a viable region, if we want to do that, if we want to encourage that, I will say that you cannot have it too large. I think more than 6 counties is too large. You have to consider it like one county with multiple cities. It's just multiple counties. And you need a county seat. You need an MSA or a hub that is drawing in and driving some economic development. This creates normally a population base of over 100,000 people. So if you have that population, then Tom and Pat will tell you that you will qualify for projects that you're going to get cut from otherwise. So you're establishing a population base and a workforce draw that qualifies you for projects. And in our case, because we have 250,000 population in our 6 counties, we now are the same size as Florence, South Carolina, or Athens, Georgia. So now we can compete for a project. We call ourselves an RSA, a regional statistic area, versus an MSA. But that's what you're looking for, is to attract projects to rural Georgia. You have to create the environment that consultants and companies are interested in. So now I have it. Okay. So this is our area. It has to be large enough to meet the project needs. These are some of the drivers that we believe help our region be successful. We're close to larger MSAs, so we are in between Savannah and Jacksonville. You could be anywhere. You need to consider state lines as part of your economic drivers. We conducted a workforce study at a very expensive cost that we paid for that truly showed us our true workforce patterns. We can justify that we can fill target industries of certain skill sets in our region by a 19-county area. That includes Jacksonville. That bumps our labor force numbers up to 850,000. So it really does make a positive story that we can do this. Every new region needs to understand their demographics and their labor force. We have shared educational institutions. We have shared assets like the ports, the airports, and the interstates. Regions need to document what they have, what they can sell, identify their target industries to be successful. All right, so on our current incentives, a lot of the current tax credits can really only apply to larger communities. We're not likely to see in Brantley County a company that's going to get a premium tax credit or use R&D tax credits. Maybe, but rarely. So we need to look at what the companies really want that are coming to rural Georgia. They want infrastructure. They want operation expenses at the economic development that a region can use to incentivize. And by the way, our region has set aside a closing fund, and we're adding to it every year so that when we do have a project of regional significance, we can put dollars into it. That's going to be important. We need educated project managers, educational and DOL staff. They do not think beyond a county line. We need to let them think of a region. We need DL numbers to have that true draw area. We interviewed every industry in our 6-county region and got the zip codes for their employees so we can say where they're coming from. That is the true draw area. So we need to document it and then educate the folks to what we're talking about. We need expert grant writing assistance. I cannot tell you how important this is. It is crazy for me to hear of a community that's not in my region and doesn't want to be identified who applied for a One Georgia loan and had to pay an educational institution $11,000 to make the application. That $11,000 should have been going to the project. We need this at a regional level. Maybe it's the region centers, but they need to be qualified grant writers that can get the grants approved. Paying professional grant writers just doesn't make sense. We need research assistance, and by this I mean lots of smaller communities and eventual regional development agencies need the research that is of the quality to fill out an RFI in a timely manner. They don't have the research staff to do it. Larger development authorities do, but smaller ones don't, and that's the difference in having a quality RFI submitted and not. So I think, again, that could be at the region centers, but it has to be timely, they have to be professional, and they have to understand economic development. And they should have the software that consultants use, like MZ and other data that the consultants understand. But I'm also asking that you make it a dollar for dollar match, because I think if these regions don't have skin in the game, then they won't take it as seriously, and their communities will not have skin in the game. They will not want to buy into it. I keep doing that, and I'm sorry. The tier system. I would love to do away with the tier system altogether. I think if we start forming regions, I've got 3 different tiers in my region in 6 counties. That is confusing. It punishes the ones that do right. If a tier has done everything right and they're in tier 4, they get the least benefit. But they've done what you told them to do, and they've done things right. I would love to see a region zone similar to a military zone with the same benefits that a military zone gets. I would love to see tiers done away with, and I somewhat disagree with lowering the salary requirements. Pat, I agree with you. I would struggle with that, because I think what you're trying to do is raise the level of income in the county. But I do think taking the average wage of each county individually, whatever it is, and for a 10% increase in that, or a 5% increase in that wage, average wage, there is so much, there's an incentive statewide for that 5% in that county. And you increase it for everything over the average wage. Rather than having tiers and having counties compete with each other, you're actually incentivizing better wages across the state. In a region, you would do it as the lowest average wage, but I think the tier system is really pitting counties against each other, and it's going to be contra to what you're trying to create as a regional cooperation. All right, so what we really need is infrastructure, as I think it was Tom, I forget which one said, and in the chart of what the process of elimination, they start out with a site and a building search. Well, if you don't have a site and a building, you may not get in the search. So for rural Georgia, grants should really be made available to, and I mean significant grants, should be made available to regions, particularly to put in joint industrial parks, but individual counties, if they can put in a spec building and they're doing dollar for dollar, make it happen, because that's what's going to bring a project. What you're trying to do is attract projects. So look at what's going to do it. Spec buildings, I think I've seen in the past almost 80% of projects start out looking for a building. In my 6 counties, I have no buildings. There's no reason to bring somebody there if that's what they're starting to look for. So we've got to figure out a way to help fund a spec building, and I'm going to go into what South Carolina is doing in a minute. Transportation improvements, I know y'all did a great job with some legislation last year. Our Region Center does a great job with busing workforce. We have got to figure out how to make it easy for industries to get the workforce they need. And so that is one thing that I would encourage you to keep on working on. Rail improvements, it is amazing to me the lack of rail sites that we have. And how we can make that better would be really helpful to rural Georgia. Utilities, it's surprising to me that across the state we don't have the availability of gas. Large manufacturers, for the most part, need gas. So we have an incentive fund for gas. It's competitive. It's once a year. Maybe there are other ways to make that happen faster. And of course, telecommunications, as we've all said, is vitally important. We used to say when I first, and you tell how long I've been in the business, if you wanted a project, you had to flush. Well, now you got to talk. So you got to do both. All right. So alternative programs that might be helpful to look at. The South Carolina Rural Economic Development Program. It's very broad, and I think the less restrictions you can put on something like this, the better off. Because quite honestly, our grant program should be ground up. The communities should be telling us what they need the money for, rather than top down. But this covers just about everything a rural community might need to attract a project. It's infrastructure, it's incubators, it's relocation expenses for employees. It's a lot of things. The significant thing to me on this was in 2016, and they've upped the amount for this fund every year, but in 2016, which is the last one I could find facts for, only 13 grants were given of that $7 million, so each was about $300,000. That would pay 25% of a 50,000 square foot spec building. That gives them a leg up, and if they match, they've got 50% of it and they can get a loan for the rest. It really could help these communities start putting in some infrastructure. South Carolina also has a very holistic approach. As Commissioner Wilson said, it was so important to have a warm, inviting downtown. I can tell you, you can have the prettiest spec building and industrial park in the world, but if your downtown is run down, it shows that the community has no pride, that somebody else is going to have to pick up the bill for the future, and that they're not going to be able to attract workers to that town. So you've got to have emerging downtowns, and that also keeps young people downtown. I mean, look at the story of Greenville, South Carolina, and how they turned that around by just changing their downtown. It's amazing. The water and sewer grant. $25 million, you can get up to $500,000 to improve your water and sewer. So again, I think they're looking at what can attract projects and how you fund those things. We need operation dollars for our regions. If you can't, if you can help fund on a dollar per dollar match, it really does make a difference in the quality of the program and the possibilities for expanding the media coverage and the public relations of that region. South Carolina's program allows communities to apply for up to $500,000 to be used in multiple ways, pretty much what they say they need, from marketing to staffing to infrastructure. They have to do a dollar for dollar match. Most of that match is from private investment. You get private investors to help you make that match. You've got then community citizens involved and invested in seeing that things make a difference. And most private investors look beyond county lines. So it helps to get over the governmental blinders to the county line. And then at the end of the year, if the whole pot of money hadn't been used, there's a second round of grant funding. They need money for marketing, and this is internal as well as external. I hated to even say New York had a great program, because you hate to think we're looking at them for ideas, but I think you look wherever you can. Governor Cuomo said through the regional economic development councils, we've replaced the one-size-fits-all approach to economic development growth with a ground-up strategy that focuses on cooperation and regional assets to generate opportunity. And that's really what you're looking for. They have a new government model. The agency silos have already been replaced here, I would say, with DCA and GDEC working together, but it's community driven. I wonder how many of you have talked to your regional project managers who are on the ground every day to figure out what they're doing, what they're going through, what they're hearing, to make sure that the community version is given up. If you go to a community, you need to be talking to the development authority folks. They're on the ground. They know what they need. You need a comprehensible, the New York thing says they're comprehensive, sustainable development that addresses regional needs in a holistic fashion. Governor Cuomo says it creates strong partnerships, realistic strategies, and competitive state funding aligned with regional priorities. So, talking about regional centers, grant writing I've already touched on. There are so many grants and foundations out there beyond the state funding that we should be considering. Walmart has a foundation. Any community that has a Walmart can apply for foundation funds. There are all kinds of foundation funds, but we need somebody to be doing that research and giving it to the communities to help them achieve their goals. We also need demographic research of a quality that produces reports like I talked about. We need regional transportation. And we also need DCA oversight to assure the quality of the region centers and to make sure that everybody's getting equal assistance and having a fair shot. So agriculture. I was one of the folks early in the mid-'80s that came up with the idea for Sunbelt Expo. That's how long I've been around. So the original intent of Sunbelt Expo was to attract CEOs of companies, major agricultural companies, to the area that we could wine and dine, and we could talk to them about locating manufacturing plants in the area. The site of the Sunbelt Expo was actually our industrial park, and we hope to fill that with companies rather than the Sunbelt Expo every year, but it's turned out to be a great tourism attraction. That didn't work out because we realized at the time the CEOs weren't coming to the Sunbelt Expo, their salespeople were, and they didn't really help us. But in that investigation of putting the event together, I sat down one day with the researchers at the Rural Development Research Center. I had 12 around the table, and I told them what we were trying to do, that we wanted to know what they were working on, who they were working with, and how we could capture some of that investment that might evolve from their research. And one of the researchers broke my heart when he said, I wished I had talked to you a year ago. I'd finished a project for a California company that used pecan shells to make a product, and now all the pecan shells are being shipped to California. Now that is just a shame. So what I'm saying is, we have research going on at all of our major universities that involve agriculture, marine culture, whatever, that we are not sitting down with them to say, okay, how do we take this to the next level? How can we incentivize companies to take your research and manufacture or to add value to the product in Georgia? Marine projects, of course, I'm from the coast, and I wanted to throw in something about that. We are behind the 8 ball as a state in encouraging fish farming. South Carolina and Florida and other states allow oyster farming. We have some of the best oysters in the world, and we can't farm them off the coast of Georgia. We have the first natural oyster farm off of the coast of McIntosh in the country, but it can't be utilized. So I think that's something we need to look at. Aquaculture, where we can grow tomatoes and lettuce in greenhouses on a commercial level rather than a backyard level. We really need to figure out a way to be able to do that. And surely if Wisconsin can be a leader in that, we can. And then it's always mystified me that California must spend millions and millions of dollars in promoting their almonds, their milk, their grapes. And it is a huge campaign, and I have never seen that type of campaign for our products. I mean, I have never gone to California and seen a peanut campaign or a pecan. I think we really could blow up the world with information on marketing our products and getting them out. And that's particularly important with these tariffs because that may affect our local products. We got to figure out how to get more people to buy them. And Vidalia onions, definitely, that's proved my point on that. So that's all I have. Maybe I've caught up a little bit of the time.
Thank you very much, Peggy. Before you quit now, let's see if there are any questions. Questions? I have a question and I'm going to put somebody on the spot. What she was saying about using research at our universities and at least the ag-based research. You can tell I'm looking at you, can't you? Yeah, it's you. So somebody from the university, is there anything that we do to try to keep the benefits of university research in Georgia, whether it's a special licensing rate for any kind of technology to make sure that it stays in Georgia rather than going to California?
There's certain varieties that are limited, that come through Georgia Seed Development Commission. For example, we're not exporting certain peanut varieties internationally, even here at home. But, the problem with technology, it knows no borders. That is one of the things.
Mr. Chairman, another one would be our food pick project up at Griffin, where we're doing food innovation, built a facility up there. And they're working for Georgia companies and trying to get them established, and it is absolutely bringing and keeping food companies in Georgia. They're doing a great job up there.
Gary Black's about to have whiplash. He's nodding his head so hard. Come up here and talk to us, Gary.
Gary, come up and talk to us. Thank you, Peggy. Talking to the mic, talking to the
Dean
mic.
was dead on when, another thing we're really excelling in and have been over years is turf grass, was I'd say 95, 99% of turf grass varieties that are all over the world, they're still developed here, but they're retained here, and those licenses are held here. So that's another good one that we built on. We've got to build on food pick. That how do we transfer, develop new? If you remember, one of your presenters back in the fall was Keith Kelly. Keith's got new kefir products, dairy products that are being developed in Griffin that'll be used by his dairy, then hopefully on straight to the consumer. But there's no doubt we can build on that for sure.
Anybody else? Okay, Peggy, thank you. And our next presenter is Kevin Shea, who is the president of the Georgia Economic Developers Association. GEDA's mission is to serve as the resource for networking, professional development, and public policy for Georgia's economic development community. Kevin worked in economic development in the Augusta Metro Chamber of Commerce and the Savannah Economic Development Authority. He's a graduate of the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University and earned a degree and majored in international economics. He's achieved the Certified Economic Developer designation for the second time, and he's a graduate of the Basic Economic Development course at Georgia Tech. Let's give a warm welcome to Kevin Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Dr. Daniel, for having us in this beautiful facility, and for the mayor and county commission chair, Tommy, thank you very much for welcoming us and having us as well. All the committee members, we appreciate all your hard work, especially coming here to Elberton and all the other places around the state you go. I applaud the fact that you are meeting in rural Georgia for your meeting, so we get to see a little bit more of the state than we might otherwise get to see. We are here today to help talk about incentives, to talk about regionalization. So I have some of the things that you've heard already. I'll try to skip over some of those and talk about a few other things. First of all, we have a number of GEDA members in the room. If you'll raise your hand, I would appreciate it. So we can see we got a good number. So we appreciate your membership. All those of you who did not raise your hand are welcome to be members of GEDA. Even you legislators, we have a number across the Capitol that are members of GEDA in the Senate. So I don't know that we have any House members, but we welcome you and would certainly encourage that. We also have a couple of members that are with us today that represent GEDA for the past year, Cornerstone Government Affairs, and we have Camila Knowles in the back and Jeff Hamling. If you'd stand up, Camila and Jeff, I'd appreciate it. So most people, the legislators probably know you, but not necessarily everybody else, but Camila was former commissioner of DCA, so I think a lot of you do know them. We appreciate what they're doing, not only for us at the Capitol, but also with our members, helping to educate them about the legislative process and helping us to know what we can do better. Let me just talk, you already mentioned networking, professional development, and public policy are our three areas. We've done networking and professional development very well. Public policy, we're doing more with Cornerstone. We're very grateful for their help and looking to do more in the future. GEDA is a professional society, which means it is a membership-driven organization of the individual. The membership resides with the individual as opposed to the organization, even if the organization pays for that member to have the membership. We have about 650 members right now, and approximately 2/3 of our membership is rural. This is a list or a map of Georgia from last year, so it hasn't been updated yet, so it's changed a little bit, but it still gives you a pretty good perspective. The dark green, or the green, is basically where counties have GEDA members. The ones that are in yellow or beige had not have GEDA members. Some of them had changed. For instance, up in the Northwest, I know both Dade and Murray do have members now, so we need to update that. But roughly 75% of Georgia's counties have members in GEDA. Many times they are the economic developer for the county. It might be the Development Authority executive. It might be the Chamber of Commerce person. It just depends. More often than not, it's Development Authority than Chamber, but we have both. This is a map of the Georgia regions. I'm not going to go into any detail other than to say that you look at the Region 3, which is the pink, and the reddish color in the middle, which is Atlanta, basically. And that's where approximately a third of our members are, primarily because we have some statewide associations like the Department of Economic Development, which has about a tenth of our overall members, and Community Affairs has about 15 or 20, and some other state organizations, Georgia Power, some other organizations have larger numbers that are based in the Atlanta area. But outside of that region, we have 2/3 of our members in the state of Georgia. So we cover rural Georgia very well, I think. We had, and our business is, Pat Wilson's a member, Tom Croto's a member, Christopher's a member. They're on our board, not because of Christopher and Pat because of their positions, but Tom just because he's very involved in economic development. We have 17 board members that keep us, that I report to, basically. And our job is to help educate and improve the opportunity for people to do economic development, which is to create jobs and investments in Georgia for our communities. In the spring, in May, we had our spring workshop, which was held at Jekyll Island, and we had about 320 people, I believe, that were there. We had a session which was on public policy, and one of the things we talked about was what are the issues, the most significant issues that face Georgia today, either public policy or legislative. And you might not be able to read it real well, but workforce was at the top, which is the sort of the blue, on the right-hand side was, and this was about 77 responses. So it's not the whole organization that was there, but it still gives you an idea of what the impact is. And then after workforce, the largest number was other, which is a lot of different things, that I'll mention a couple of them. But right after workforce was education, then infrastructure, then legislation, and then incentives. So incentives is basically down at the bottom of the ones that are listed. In the other, you had a lot of different things. Some of it was broadband, some of it was healthcare, some of it was, I don't know, all kind of different things that are important, but not necessarily enough. So you can see workforce is what we've heard already, and I think Dr. Daniels talked about it as well. So it's something that we need to continue to work on workforce and improve that. And I had a conversation earlier with Rusty Warner, who's the economic development person here in Elbert County. His office is right across the hall, talking about how difficult it is right now to find workers for jobs, for existing companies, and then also for new companies. And we're going to face more and more of this in the future with the economy growing and with immigration being lessened and with the fertility rate going down. So all these factors are going to make it tougher to provide jobs for our people, but it means we have to continue to work harder and smarter. I'd like to mention an effort that we've had over the past year with the Georgia Department of Education, the Division of Career, Technical, and Agricultural Education, and that is an economic development partnership that CTAE has been doing among 5 communities this past year. It's a pilot program of economic development partnership, and those communities are Whitfield County, Marietta City, Newton County, Muskogee County, and Wayne County. And they're hoping to roll out additional programs in other counties, this year, another 5 or 6, and then probably in the future as well. What the program seeks to do is to bring educators closer to the business and economic development sectors and help each other understand what's going on in the other sectors. God bless you. So it's something that we have challenges and opportunities, and we need to be able to understand those. And one of the things is getting educators out and talking to business and seeing business and going into the communities, into the businesses and seeing how they operate and what their challenges are. So I think that's a great thing to do. I'll also mention the University of Georgia. We had several people here, Dr. Frum, Dr. Meadows, now Sarah Lynn and others, where several years ago we worked together to develop a program that is more Georgia-centric for educating our economic developers. It's called the Certified Economic Developer Certification. And we have something that is at the international level, the International Economic Development Council, which happens to have its meeting in Atlanta this year and at the end of this next month in early October. But they have a Certified Economic Development designation. That's the one I've had to get twice, which I don't encourage anybody to do. It's hard enough one time, but much less twice. But this program is more centric for Georgians that either don't have the budget, the time, or the inclination to go nationwide or even internationally to get these programs done. So they can take these courses and get certified economic developer designation at the state level and understand and be able to do a better job for your community. As Tom mentioned earlier, if you've got a staff person in the community, it makes a heck of a difference in terms of being able to be competitive with economic development. You can ask anybody who's in the business and they'll tell you that site selection is extremely competitive. You've heard that. It's not one of inclusion, but one of elimination, which Tom showed earlier. We had a site selection consultant that was at a program in February of this year who talked about a project they had that they considered 350 locations in the United States. We didn't actually get the project. We had 2 or 3 communities that were in close to the final part of the stage, but it actually went to, I think it was Tennessee or Mississippi, something like that. But it shows you the number that some projects look at. Not everybody does, but there's a lot of activity that goes on. As Tom said, you don't even know it happens before you're eliminated. And I'd say that incentives typically don't drive the deal until the end. They're certainly considered up front. There's virtually no place that a project would go based only on incentives. And if it is, you don't want it. I was in Augusta just after a project had been there before, and that was the Sunbeam Company. And they had the CEO, they put the headquarters there, and I don't know all that Augusta gave them. They gave them more than they should have, because the guy was there for maybe 2 years, if that, and then took the business elsewhere, sold the company, made a lot of money for himself. And so it's the kind of thing you have to measure what's worth the deal, and it's not worth everything. Other parameters that are more important are incentives, including workforce, as we mentioned, infrastructure, roads, rail, water, sewer, gas, electricity, broadband, product, sites, and buildings. We had a public policy panel at the GDA Spring Workshop in May where at Jekyll Island that shed some light on the impediments to rural economic development. Let me go up front here. Whoops. Sorry, I didn't have this in order, but and the data from the survey showed, and again, it was not scientific, but more anecdotal, but informational. And this shows that these are the items that your local economic developers said. What is the impediment? What is the, let's see, biggest impediment that you face in rural Georgia in landing projects? And workforce was number one with 74%. Is a factor that's an impediment in rural Georgia. Broadband was 2%, transportation was 2%, and other was 22%. And other, again, there's a lot of different factors. It can be incentives, it could be health care, it could be not having a road. I mean, transportation's already in there, but different kind of aspects that might be in that other. So anyway, it's a lot of factors, but workforce is up at the top. That's not to discount incentives at all, but I think we need to certainly look at these other factors first. I'd like to commend the Rural Development Council on the host of areas that you've focused on already, which includes making health care more accessible, improving education, extending and increasing rural broadband and transportation. All of these areas are things that definitely will move the needle for rural economic development, more than tweaking incentives, but it's something we have to look at as a whole issue. Consider the fatal flaw. A project's not going to go to a location that doesn't have X. For instance, if a project is looking for something and you don't have it, you're not going to be considered, or you're going to be cut. For instance, if a project has to be within an hour of the Atlanta International Airport or the Georgia Ports Authority Garden City Terminal, and you're not in that physical area, you're not even going to be considered. So it's not necessarily a flaw to you, but it's a flaw in the project location decision. Try as you might, incentives aren't going to change that. That's not to say that incentives don't matter, because they certainly do. However, generally, once you get to the point of talking about incentives in terms of what Tom and Pat were talking about earlier, that you're down to the final 2 or 3 locations, and really you're competing against other states as well, probably at that point. One thing that could potentially benefit rural Georgia is encouraging our rural communities to work together and take a regional approach to project recruitment. And you've heard about that a little bit already. One thing I'll say too is that development authorities are critical to the success of Georgia's incentive program. The state incentives, other than statutory, and statutory can be offered with the state involved or just the community doing it itself. But if you're going to have grants, if you're going to have, I won't say gifts because that's prohibited by our Constitution, but if you're going to have issues, even tax abatement, it all has to go through the development authority. If you don't have that development authority intact, then you're not going to have an offering. You're not going to be competitive at all. And so things like payments in lieu of taxes, as difficult as that is, that's the best system we have right now. I think we can look at that, but it's basically a constitutional change that we have to make, and that's not an easy issue, as you all know, but certainly one to be looked at. I'd say that we had a public policy survey recently that we're still tabulating the results, but we had some questions about incentives, particularly jobs tax credits, and there is a lot of frustration in the state about them. But, as was stated earlier, those form the backbone of our offerings on a package. So to throw them out is not sensible, especially if we don't have anything to replace them with. But we can certainly be tweaking them and studying them and trying to find out what's going to be better for us already. The state already offers an incentive for regional cooperation by offering the Joint Development Authority tax credit bonus. And it was already mentioned a couple of times. I don't know that this is the most recent map. I've heard 2 or 3 or 5 or 15 different counties that aren't currently part of a Joint Development Authority. But you get an extra $500 job tax credit bonus by being a part of one. You don't have to do anything, you just have to be a member. So that's the way it is right now. And so it's something that I think we can look at a number of ways to try to improve that. But let me talk about some of the regional efforts, and I think that's already been mentioned. Stanton Springs up here on the top. I think it's a great example. One of the things that helps Stanton Springs is it's closer to Atlanta. It's not too far from the international airport, which helps a lot of projects. It also has a private party participant. The TPA, the Technology Park Associates, is a key component of that deal. It's not just counties working together. And they've been working at this for 20 years. Like Pat said, it took about 12 years for the first project to happen. Now, when it did, it was a huge project. And the Bioscience Training Center is there, so they're all significant efforts to that. And I'd say that their input is based on the cost. I mean, their output that they get, the revenue, is based on the cost that they put in. And Jasper County, for instance, is a little bit more remote, rural, has put in more tax dollars as opposed to necessarily water, sewer, roads, or those kind of things. So you have to value what you're going to put together in order to be able to figure out what you're going to get out of it. Another example that's nearby is one that was also mentioned, I think, by Pat earlier, inter-county government effort, is the Joint Development Authority of Franklin, Hart, and Stevens counties, which has created an industrial park 1, 2, and I even think 3 of Gateway Industrial Park. They initially started with a fully developed 150-acre industrial park completed in 2005, I believe. So it's something which is not easy to start this, but the fact that these people have decided to come together and have put the parochialism behind them and been able to work together to make something happen has benefited all of them. And the park is located right on 85, so that's something that certainly attracts a lot of attention. People can see it, but it's also accessible to trucks, to people coming in from different counties, that kind of thing. So I applaud them there. Savannah Harbor I-16 Corridor Joint Development Authority is something that hasn't really gotten a lot into the ground yet, but it's something that they have been talking together. You got Bryan County, Bullitt County, Chatham, and Effingham counties that have come together to invest in a regional site, a mega site, to be supported in some form or fashion by all the counties there. It might be roads, it might be water, sewer, a number of different things, that rail, that could be put together. So everybody has something to put in the game, otherwise they're not part of that authority. And this type of collaboration, as you all know, is not easy, especially given city and county boundaries and parochialism, but it's critical, if we want to attract these mega projects. I applaud what Mayor Guest was saying earlier about selling water to Madison County for an industry. It's something that if you got an asset and it benefits not just your people in your county, your city, then you need to be looking at that so that it can help others as well. Anything that can be done to encourage development of this type should be considered. Some ideas include, well, let me say, there are other efforts at regional cooperation throughout Georgia, so I'm just mentioning a few here, some small and some large, but incentives should be focused on those efforts, I think, that are actively working to bring about development and sharing in the risk and the reward of attracting companies. Anything that can be done to encourage development of this type should be encouraged, and some ideas include possibly the JDA bonus right now that's just on paper, maybe taking that away and looking at something to invest in terms of communities that are actually doing something together on a more regional basis. With 159 counties, we're not going to have every county attract a job. You mentioned earlier, Representative Dickey, about some communities hadn't seen anything in 5 years. Well, I think it's important to have buildings and sites and parks available for companies. But you can't just have that without doing everything else right as well. We have Metter, Georgia, sold a building a year ago or 2 years ago. It had been available for 28 years. So, I mean, they had long written that thing off. Somebody paid for it. I don't know who. But so just to have a building is not going to get you a project. Certainly it helps a look, as Peggy said. You have to have a building a lot of times to get a look. But that's just an idea in terms of the possible incentive there. We need grad sites. We need spec buildings. We need all of that. But we need to be careful about just saying that's going to be the panacea. It's not. We need to have joint development authorities to recruit jobs to an industrial park owned by the Joint Development Authority and having true shared ownership to take advantage of the best job tax credit incentive between all the counties of that JDA possibly. Now, if you have, I was talking to one member here today who was talking about if you give an incentive to one county and the higher level of rural counties, they're going to benefit, but those that are further down are harder to benefit. So we have to consider the kind of changes that we make so that it's not just going to benefit some and not others, which is not an easy job at all. Deal closing funds. We have some of that money right now, but I think we need to consider looking at more of that money to have the discretion through DCA, through the governor, and through the Department of Economic Development to be able to make sure that money is there. We have REBRA, we have One Georgia, and I think those are great. Hopefully we can extend those and invest further in those. And there are other things that some of our members would like to see. We talked about monetizing jobs credits. Some of those are being done in the lower tier. But that kind of thing is possible as well. To look at the option of some kind of option to payment in lieu of taxes or having bonds owned by the Development Authority is very cumbersome. It is what it is right now. It's what we have, and the bond attorneys do a very good job and make a very good business out of it. But we need to, if we change that, again, we shouldn't just throw out the baby with the bathwater and say we don't like it. Let's do something different. We need to have something that's going to work before we get to that point. Leadership is critical in a community's growth. That's both for local elected leadership understanding the importance of economic development and how it works, as well as local communities having a vision and a plan for job creation and growth in their community. Many of you have gone through the Georgia Academy for Economic Development. I'm on that board. We have several board members. Sarah Lynn Stafford's over here. That's a good way to be able to try to educate some of our elected officials, and we encourage people to continue doing that, as well as the UGA program that I mentioned earlier. So we need to continue looking at leadership. And something that's been talked about in a couple of different ways. A community needs to be involved and the leadership involved in saying what is important, what can we realistically expect for our community. Not every county is going to get an industrial park or a spec building or even a manufacturer. So what other kind of things? Small business, incubators, a lot of different kinds of things, tourism, film, a lot of different kind of things that can work, but you need to get together, not necessarily spend a lot of money, but talk and find out what's important to your community and what's feasible. I mean, if you don't have broadband, you're not going to be able to get somebody because even a small business person needs that. So you need to have a lot of these different factors to be able to help. In summary, Georgia's done a great job, I think, overall. After all, we've been selected as the nation's best business climate for 5 years in a row by Site Selection Magazine, by Area Development for 4 years in a row. I think currently CNBC has Georgia's number 2 in the country. We've been as high as number 1, and we typically stay in about the top 10. So we have an excellent business climate, and I applaud you legislators for what you've done. and encourage you to continue to keep that business climate first. Things like our AAA bond rating. I think there's only like 10 states in the country that have that. So I applaud you for what you're doing and what you have done, and hopefully what you will continue to do. So Georgia has a lot of resources, good resources, and we need to continue to be good stewards of that. And there are some very bright spots in rural Georgia where communities have done well. We talked about earlier about the TARS project. I was last week with Bill Dobbs. I think Sam Watson was there as well. It was a sidebar conference that Dan McCrae put on. And Bill said he worked 15 years on that project before it located and went through 4 different CEOs. So it's something that takes time. And that personal relationship made a huge difference because the final CEO was the CFO who had been involved all along. And so Bill knew that person. So, and Bill wasn't there. Bill had retired by the time the project located. But when the project did locate and they made the announcement, he was recognized as being a factor because of that relationship. So we have, that's a great spot, and hopefully many others in the state. But I would say that these communities have leaders with vision, a team spirit, and willingness to take risk. It's been critical to their success. We need to continue to encourage these communities who have done well while helping those who want to grow and succeed by giving them the tools to help enable their success. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to be here, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
The committee will be pleased to note that we're going to be back on track because President Bridges is going to present tomorrow because he's already presenting tomorrow. So he's going to combine both his today and tomorrow presentation into one. So when we have our next presenter, we are going to adjourn after that. So we'll be back on schedule. Dinner tonight will be at Tom McCall's residence. I will warn all of you that Tom is, his wife has had a honey-do list for him to work on quite a while. And he reports to me he's not through, so the first 10 of y'all that arrive will be given gloves and a paintbrush. Tom, tell us about tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dominic and John have a first-hand knowledge of what showing up at my house on the morning of having something at my house is, because my wife worked them this morning like they were me. I just want everybody here is invited to come and eat at the house. Everybody is. We got 150, 160 chairs set up, so there's plenty of food. And my buddy that's cooking fish, we hadn't had a fish fry on this, and it ain't Sam's Club frozen fish. He fishes in the flats in the Gulf, so this is good fish, and he knows how to cook them. So I dropped my phone in a mud hole the other day, and there was it was cattle stuff in it too, and it won't work. So I'm gonna give y'all Jane's phone number if you get lost. It's 706-318-1013. 318-1013. And Al's is 988. On this thing, I'm gonna have to break down and buy one, I reckon. But the address is 2835 Washington Highway. If you just and head toward Washington, mailbox looks like a little toy tractor, and it's got a big old blue bow on it from where Al had a baby the other day. Mile marker 2 on Highway 17. And there's plenty, well, he didn't do much, but. And this van's gonna be available, but there's plenty of parking if you want to drive yourself. So, you know, also gonna have some pretty decent banjo picking and bluegrass music, and we might even skip an extra banjo for Chairman England to play if he wants to. So y'all are all welcome. Probably 6:45, 10 to 7, something like that. So anyway. Y'all make yourself at home in real rural Georgia.
Thank you, Tom. All right, our next presenter and the last one for today is Jim Dove, who became the executive director of the Northeast Georgia Area Planning and Development Commission, which is now the Regional Commission, on October 1, 1987. He attended UGA, where he received a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in public administration. Let's give Jim Dove a warm welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be in order to pass the hat and buy a new phone for Tom before we get away from here? Thank you, Chairman England, Chairman Powell, and members of the committee for this opportunity to come before you today to discuss Georgia's regional commissions and their work throughout the state. I am Jim Dove, Executive Director of the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission, which is based in Athens, as well as President of the Georgia Association of Regional Commissions, which is comprised of all 12 of Georgia's regional commissions. Today, I'm here as GARC's President. I'm very excited to report that the GARC, composed of the 12 executive directors and a policy official from each region, held a strategic planning retreat just 2 weeks ago to further define and enhance the association's role in promoting regionalism. Our retreat undertook the task of shaping the association to be a more hands-on, peer review organization. We're now developing plans to improve the quality and the consistency of services among all 12 regional commissions through best practices, evaluations, and assistance. Our state has become increasingly interested in the concept of regionalism in recent years. Thus, it's interesting to note that Georgia was a pioneer in the formation of the regional development concept in the early 1960s. RCs, even if by other names such as Area Planning and Development Commissions or Regional Development Centers, have been promoting regionalism for nearly 6 decades, and rural areas have benefited greatly from that approach. In the late 60s, a future U.S. President, Jimmy Carter, and a future U.S. Senator, Sam Nunn, each served as chairs of what were originally known as the APDCs. The state legislature enacted the Georgia Planning Act in 1989 that charged the RCs statewide with the responsibility of preparing and adopting regional plans. The Planning Act was refined in 2008 when the legislature enacted House Bill 1216, which further enumerated the RC's responsibilities to develop, promote, and assist in establishing, coordinating, and comprehensive planning for the following areas: land use, environmental, transportation, and historic preservation. And Representative Stevens and I had the opportunity to serve on that Service Delivery Task Force back in those years that helped develop that legislation. Each RC has an executive director who reports to a governing regional council comprised of the following members as required by the Georgia Planning Act: the chief elected official of each member county, a municipal representative from each county, 3 appointments by the governor. 1 of such appointees shall be a member of a school board or superintendent of schools, and 2 of such appointees shall be non-public residents. We have 1 non-public appointment by the speaker and 1 non-public appointment by the lieutenant governor. The DCA commissioner may authorize additional members of the council as deemed appropriate. Regional commissions are funded from a variety of sources, including dues paid by local governments, funding from the Department of Community Affairs specifically to carry out the planning responsibilities contained in the State Planning Act, and federal funding emanating from the Economic Development Administration per our respective designations as Economic Development District. Enhancing regionalism is the focus of today's agenda. Let's take just a moment to look at some of the core services offered by regional commissions and how they often lend themselves to a regional approach. First is planning. The RCs provide member communities with assistance in developing their basic comprehensive plan required of local governments. The RCs help produce other types of plans too. Plans for transportation, economic development, historic preservation, environmental, urban redevelopment, downtown development, hazard mitigation, bike and pedestrian routes, river corridors, and regional recreation efforts. The RCs employ experienced professional staff who work on plans for multiple communities and thus can disseminate best practices among cities and counties, both large and small. But they're also positioned to help counties and communities coordinate across boundary lines so that we have win-win plans for more than one community. The second role is Geographic Information Services, or GIS. Regional commissions offer mapping assistance to our local governments, including zoning, future land use, utilities, and local resources. RCs are also working with state entities to develop statewide, up-to-date transportation, economic development, and other data sets to support long-range planning and asset management efforts across the state. Local government assistance. This may include help with things like developing local ordinances, planning commission consultation, budget preparation assistance, grant writing and plan implementation. Nearly every edition of a regional commission newsletter will tout a grant award won through the RC's help. Our rural communities especially need help in this arena, and again, professional grant writers housed in a regional commission can deliver. Demographic information. Grant writing and administrative chores depend on accurate demographic information. RCs are the repository for this often needed data. We serve as a data affiliate for the U.S. Census Bureau. Many communities will be unable to fully maximize census counts without the help of their regional commission. That would mean money lost from federal sources for both the community and the state. Recently, we've been involved statewide in the LUCA, which is the local updated census addresses, as we prepare for the 2020 census. Local officials training. From teaching city clerks how to take minutes to training Chamber of Commerce officials and everywhere in between, RCs provide valuable coaching on the technical aspects of governing and public service to communities large and small. Economic development districts is designated by the U.S. Economic Development Administration. We prepare mandated comprehensive economic development strategies known as CEDS for each region. These strategies identify infrastructure needs which enhance economic development opportunities and often result in federal funding. Grant applications for EDA funds are prepared and administered by the regional commission staff. This is an example of how our organizations are in a position to leverage significant federal funding that otherwise would not be available. Regional commissions assist communities and local economic development authorities in a number of ways. They provide data necessary to respond to requests for information from industries and businesses searching for new homes. They can provide an economic impact analysis of a new firm and can help local authorities structure what incentive programs should look like by calculating costs to provide additional services such as water and sewer. The RCs also identify external funding sources to help make those water and sewer incentives affordable. The Middle Georgia Regional Commission in Macon hosts periodic Development Authority trainings, and these sessions are open to communities statewide. On occasion, they even coordinate sales team training with the economic development pros at Georgia Power. We see ourselves as a champion and facilitator for regional cooperation. Regional cooperation involves efforts that include multiple governments, whether this is cities or counties or a combination thereof, as well as those that involve more than one region. Chairman England is very familiar with a project in our particular region in northeast Georgia, the formation of the Upper Oconee Basin Water Authority and development of the Bear Creek Reservoir is a prime example. This four-county collaboration resulted in a water supply to serve Barrow, Clark, Jackson, and Oconee counties not only on a daily basis, but in periods of our greatest droughts. The reservoir project, which has a $75 million price tag, was constructed ahead of schedule and at a cost of $69 million. Revenue bonds utilized for construction have been refinanced on 2 occasions, resulting in additional savings of more than $4 million. The project was conceived by our organization, which has continued to administer the authority's activities. We've talked at length today about the four-county Stanton Springs Industrial Park. A couple of things just to mention that we won't go over the whole gamut again. But again, it gets back to Jasper County, which in our lifetimes will never have access to an interstate highway such as the other 3 counties of Newton, Morgan, and Walton. We're able to participate in this project, and just last week, when they received their checks as a result of the closeout of the project and retiring the debt, Jasper County received a check for $250,000. That may not be a lot of money to a Fulton County or a Cobb County or Gwinnett, but to Jasper County, believe me, that really makes a difference. Regional commissions have worked tirelessly with officials on the regional T-Splost efforts throughout the state. 4 areas, the River Valley, Heart of Georgia, Central Savannah River, and Southern Georgia, have now passed this innovative financing tool, resulting in much-needed projects being addressed by the state and local leaders. Some regional efforts include cooperation between large counties and small counties. As an example, Athens, Clarke County, and Oglethorpe County came together several years ago to solve a solid waste issue. Oglethorpe County did not have resources available to develop a state-of-the-art municipal landfill, and Athens Clarke did not have the land available for a construction and demolition landfill. So an agreement was reached between the two parties whereby Athens Clarke handles all the municipal waste for the two counties and Oglethorpe disposes of all the CD waste. So it's a win-win situation. In addition to the so-called core responsibilities, RCs provide numerous added benefits. For example, 10 of the 12 RCs serves as the administrator for the local area agency on aging. The AAAs, as they are known, and this committee well knows, provide not only home-delivered meals to the aged and the infirmed, but congregate meals as well, numerous other programs that allow our senior citizens to age at home rather than dunning Medicaid to live out their years in a nursing facility. I'm sorry Tom had to duck out because in Elbert County alone, I think we serve 75 congregate meals a day, 5 days a week, and 50 home-delivered meals to the persons in this county. In 2016, the legislature transferred the Community Care Services Program to the Department of Community Health. The AAAs are still responsible for the boots-on-the-ground administration of this important program. Home and community-based services are also administered by the AAAs. 10 of the regional commissions served as the administrator for the state's workforce development programs. Legislators will likely remember Governor Deal's State of the State address this past January, which introduced a young man who had changed his life through participation in a welding program at West Georgia Technical College. That young man's welding class was a component of a workforce development program administered by the Three Rivers Regional Commission. Experienced welders are needed in my area too, where Caterpillar has a plant desperate for trained workers, but nothing in Georgia outweighs the need for nurses, like those being trained through our region's workforce development program. One of the great needs we are addressing here in this region is the retraining of workers with new skills. All regional commissions participate in what is called the MAP 21 program, verifying road data for the Georgia Department of Transportation in an effort to address problems with incorrect and out-of-date information. Local road information such as surface type, ownership, lanes, names, and so forth is being collected, verified, and ultimately compiled into a publicly available statewide data set. The program is intended to address challenges related to increased safety, improved infrastructure condition, decreased congestion, efficiency in freight movement, protecting the environment, and alleviating delays in product delivery. I'd like to just talk briefly about the regionalism opportunities in rural transit. Representative Tanner has been very involved in this effort, and I attended a greenhouse program on this in Macon a few months ago. Rural transit, of course, is vital to our economic mobility and prosperity for rural Georgia. It's important to realize that rural and human services transit is broader than just GDOT or DCH or DHS. RHST is not coordinated by law. Service to duplication is alive and well. Regulations exist in agency silos, creating a real impediment to efficient operations, and service gaps and delays need to be addressed. So what can we do to improve rural transit on a regional basis? First, we could identify and coordinate all of the rural and human services transit fund sources. And I think in our region, I was advised today, we have 6 different sources for those funds. Establish state and regional mobility councils with the authority to coordinate funds and policies. RCs could serve in planning and administrative roles. We could utilize common service delivery regions. RCs could administer transit programs and coordinate with designated entities for services. We could provide a path to coordinate capital purchasing. Georgia's regional commissions have a long history and a great depth of experience in making regionalism work. We stand ready to re-examine and sharpen our current practices and to work with the legislature and state agencies to imagine new ways to serve our citizens with a regional approach. Regional commissions seek to earn and to own the title as Georgia's champions of regionalism. We look forward, Mr. Chairman, to working with this committee to achieve that goal, and I would be more than pleased to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you for being with us, Jim. We had met, you, myself, Chairman Powell, and our Vice Chair Watson had met several weeks ago in Forsyth and kind of had some initial discussions on a few things. And at that point, we'd kind of talked about regional commissions, and the work seems to vary widely between one to another. And at that point, we had also discussed about y'all going back and, excuse me, and potentially developing kind of a set of standards for each of those for each commission to kind of follow. And then if there's some particular thing that is needed in one region more so than another, that they may have an opportunity to specialize in those things. So have y'all been able to do some work on that?
Mr. Chairman, we did at that retreat held 2 weeks ago. That was one of the prime items we discussed, just as we look at cities around the state must provide 3 services to be qualified. We will look at those core services of what each regional commission could provide. And also, we followed up on suggestions that you and Representative Watson and Representative Powell had as to doing the peer review. And we came up with the idea of where we would send out perhaps 2 regional commission executive directors to another regional commission that might be encountering a challenge or an issue of some type, so that we can provide assistance much as accountants do in a situation like that. So we followed up on both of your suggestions, and we'll continue to flesh this out, and it's very much on our mind.
Okay. Question, Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, James, for coming and talking to us today. Is there, rather than eliminating the tier system in Georgia, is there any merit to allowing the regional commissions themselves, whenever we have, and only whenever we have cross participation from one county to another, then the regional commission itself have that tier designation in addition to those counties?
Well, Mr. Representative, I think that would be an excellent suggestion if we could work it out so that it's policy or in the legislation or whatever. And I think it would also even help as we crossed regional boundaries to have that designation. For instance, in our area now, you have Elbert and Madison and Franklin counties, Franklin's and Georgia Mountains, working together on a huge power supply project. So I think there's a lot of validity to your suggestion. I think that's something we'd want to follow up on.
I think we ought to do that.
Oh, we will.
Patty?
Thank you. I just have more of a comment. I'm very grateful that our chairman included on the agenda information about regional commissions. And I just want to encourage our partners from ACCG and GMA to do the same, because it concerns me when I learn that my communities often use private companies to help them with grants and other projects when they pay dues to the regional commissions, and then they tell me they don't have money, but yet they paying dues to the regional commission, and then they use a private agency to do this work that the regional commission could do for them. And so that's kind of a concern. So I'm just hoping that maybe it can be more collaboration with our local governments to help them to truly understand the importance of regional commissions.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Representative Bentley. The other thing along those same lines is each government in the state of Georgia belongs to a regional commission, and dues are paid based on per capita. Mm-hmm. So you're already paying for that service. Right. So why go out and pay for it again? That's my point. And if for some reason your particular regional commission is not carrying out some of the responsibilities you would like to see in that regard, then it's a two-pronged situation. First, the governing council sets the program of work each year, and they can advise the staff to do that. And second, it's up to the appointed executive director to ensure that policy is carried out. So you have made a wonderful point.
Other questions?
You know, Mr. Chairman, it's a little disappointing Sam's not wearing shorts today. He had them on down in Forsyth. He cleared the room out had he walked in today with shorts.
Well, and the ball cap's out in the truck. I did see that earlier. And I'm pretty sure you'll probably have some short breeches on before it's all said and done today. Ms. Penny?
Representative Houston?
Quick question. You said you have 12 regional commissions, only 10 administer workforce development funds. What 2 don't y'all administer?
The ones that don't administer it are coastal and southwest Georgia.
Okay. Will you continue to administer them now that it's going to the technical school?
We absolutely will. I have a workforce director for my staff here today, and I can guarantee you she's working on that to ensure a smooth transition every step of the way. She's been involved in a workshop over the last couple of days.
So we can look for the progress reports on do y'all have any, over in southwest Georgia, we've had a lot of problems, but you don't do that.
They don't do, in southwest Georgia, they do not participate in that program. There would be another entity doing that. I know in our particular area, we release what I would call a scorecard, talking about the number of participants, how long they retained their positions after they're hired, that sort of thing.
I think one of the problems we had when we were looking at workforce development, so many people in the legislature did not even know about a workforce development program in the area.
Yeah.
They were not even aware that it was going on. And
Well,
weren't even
right.
aware that the money was going there for workforce development, and I think we could do a better job of letting your public officials know what you're doing.
And is huge because everyone, I think, that's addressed economic development today pretty much has talked about workforce being the key, whether it be the soft skills or retraining, whatever. So
But if you'd let them know, I know Senator Jackson, Representative Jackson's not here. He's one of the people that knew absolutely nothing about a workforce development in his area.
Right.
That money was going. I think you probably get, I don't know how much we got, 72 million, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
So 84 million for workforce development. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Sam?
On the peer reviews, if you happen to stumble upon poor peer reviews on a certain commission, do y'all have plans in place to try to deal with that situation, or?
There will be plans in place because that's going to be an enhanced role of the state association, Representative Watson. In the past, the association has not gotten involved in that, but I think the message has been loud and clear, and we looked at what has happened in some other states where they would have an agency that wasn't performing as well as some of the others, and action would be taken. But I would think in a case like this, if you had some directors go in and review an organization, identified what needed to be done, steps weren't taken, it would probably go to a higher level than the appointed staff.
Good deal. Thank y'all for doing that.
Yes, sir.
All righty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate what you do back home. All righty, everyone. That's going to wrap us up for today. Just know that the buses will be at the hotel in Hartwell and in Elberton at 6 p.m. to take you out to Tom's Place, and we'll look forward to seeing you there.